Chapter 1034. The Devil Queen and the other two were getting closer and closer. In fact, Yang Dingtian could already see the three black dots. Yang Dingtian led everyone to the north, north, and north. Finally, they reached the end of the demon domain. The scene here had already begun to repeat, and there was already a vast void in front of them. Yang Dingtian used the fastest speed to create a dark vortex with the dark mystic flame. The dark vortex rotated into a black hole, creating an isolated space. Then, the mystic flame slammed into it. A beautiful spatial portal appeared. Vulture, you lead the people of the Council of Light and leave first. Yang Dingtian said loudly. Yes, husband. Vulture said. Then, she controlled the dark evil dragons to shrink their wings and rush into the spatial portal one by one. Suddenly, the dark evil dragons and their hostages of the Council of Light disappeared into the air. Seeing this scene, Vulture and the others were stunned. Although they already knew that there was a spatial technique, when they really saw it, it still made their hair stand on end. Vulture was suddenly filled with admiration for Yang Dingtian. The Demon King and the undead concubine behind them were getting faster and faster, and the distance was less than 200 miles. Whoosh, suddenly, a green bolt of lightning whizzed over. This was the soul sword magic staff of the Devil Queen. This soul sword had been successfully cultivated for hundreds of years, and its power was completely unquestionable. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian used his mystic chi to maintain the spatial portal while controlling the near-emperor-grade soul sword with his consciousness, and suddenly shot out. 10,000 swords returned to origin. In an instant, the Naga royalty sword soul and the Devil Queen's soul sword fought fiercely. All of a sudden, the Devil Queen's dead concubine saint-level soul sword was completely suppressed. However, that was all. After all, the opponent was only a soul sword, and they were both sword souls fighting each other. It was almost impossible to destroy the other party's soul sword. Yang Dingtian's Naga royalty soul sword was extremely powerful and could instantly kill all of the Legion of Doom. However, that was only because their energies countered each other. Its energy was only at the saint level. After all, the source of its energy was a demon nucleus of the ancient Naga, not the Naga itself. It blocked the Devil Queen's soul sword magic staff. About 2 to 3 minutes later, the dozens of dark owl dragons finally charged through the dimensional portal. Vulture reluctantly looked at Yang Dingtian, then rushed through the spatial door and entered the torn space. Yang Dingtian quickly pulled out Dongli from his spatial ring and threw him through the spatial gate. Then, he said to Neru, "Quickly enter my spatial ring." Neru jumped, and Yang Dingtian opened the isolated space inside his spatial ring. In an instant, Neru disappeared into the air and entered Yang Dingtian's spatial ring. At this time, the Devil Queen and the other two were only a few dozen miles away. Yang Dingtian said to Wuxia, "Senior, quickly enter my spatial ring." Yang Dingtian's spatial ring was only about 1 cubic meter, and it was a little difficult for two people to squeeze in. Moreover, Neru was a woman, and it wasn't good for her to squeeze in with a man. However, the situation was urgent, and he couldn't care so much. "Want to leave? It's too late." The Devil Queen sneered, "Yang Dingtian, you're going to fall into my hands today." The three of them appeared in front of him in an instant as if they had flashed. Wuxia suddenly turned around and said, "Yang Dingtian, I won't go over. It's useless for me to go with you. Everything I have is in the hands of others. Take good care of Vulture." After saying that, Wuxia suddenly turned into a ray of light, and rushed toward the Devil Queen and the other two with incomparable determination and ferocity. "Senior, don't!" Yang Dingtian roared. Wuxia wanted to die together with the Devil Queen and the other two, but he couldn't do it. After approaching a distance, Dishi Bian opened her hand, and her beautiful eyes suddenly changed color. In an instant, Wuxia's whole body trembled violently, and he couldn't move or attack. At the same time, the Queen Devil Queen and Prince Li Ming, full of complacent sneers, rushed toward Yang Dingtian. Whoosh, Yang Dingtian flashed. In an instant, his soul sword and person jumped into the space door together and disappeared into the air. The Queen Devil Queen was furious and rushed directly into the space door. However, it was a pity. Her cultivation was at the saint level, which exceeded the maximum load of the space door, and she was directly bounced back. Li Ming, on the other hand, could have jumped over. However, if he jumped over alone, that was completely courting death. After just a moment, the beautiful space door trembled violently and then disappeared into the air. The Queen Devil Queen was mad and furious. She desperately bombarded everything around her to vent her anger. Just a little bit more, and she could have caught Yang Dingtian. As long as she caught Yang Dingtian, everything would be settled. Just a little bit more. She really hated it now. Previously, when Yang Dingtian was very weak, why didn't she directly catch him? She didn't think that when Yang Dingtian was very weak, the only precious thing on him was the greater space technique, which couldn't be forced. Now, the reason why she desperately wanted to catch Yang Dingtian was because the Naga Duga Shuang had appeared. The Demon King Wentian wanted to seize Yang Dingtian's body and share Naga's demigod talent. Before this, who knew that Yang Dingtian had a real Naga? Prince Li Ming, on the side, was completely jealous to the point of vomiting blood. The greater space technique, the greater space technique. The dream of the entire evil ways, the crown of the entire chaos world's martial arts civilization. The Demon King Wentian couldn't get it, and even the demigod Naga couldn't get it. What did Yang Dingtian do to get the greater space technique? And it was this greater space technique that made them watch Yang Dingtian disappear in front of their eyes, unable to do anything. The furious Devil Queen, dead concubine, suddenly rushed in front of Wu Lingzi. Swish 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 swish, the sharp sword in her hand slashed wildly. In an instant, Wu Lingzi was directly chopped into meat paste. The evil spirit energy resurrected Wu Lingzi again and again. Then, the Devil Queen's dead concubine killed her again and again. Prince Li Ming looked at Wu Lingzi and said slowly, "Wu Lingzi, your evil spirit energy was given to you by us. Your saint-level cultivation was also given to you by us. Why did you betray us?" Wu Lingzi didn't say a word. Prince Li Ming said, "Aren't you the most afraid of death? Why aren't you afraid of death now? You know, it's easy for us to kill you." Wu Lingzi said slowly, "That's right. I'm so greedy for life and afraid of death. But it was you who made me realize that death is not so painful. And you don't know me as well as Yang Dingtian. Every time, Yang Dingtian would leave me a way out, so that I wouldn't do anything desperate. And you, every time, left me with no way out and forced me into a desperate situation." Prince Li Ming said, "Yang Dingtian destroyed your vulture palace and made you like a stray dog. Is that leaving you a way out? Before he destroyed the vulture palace, he didn't tell me. He just did it directly. By the time I reacted, the vulture palace had already been destroyed and became an unchangeable fact. Then, letting me live became a way out." Wu Lingzi said, "And you, every time, threatened to kill me, cut me into pieces, and humiliate my daughter. Every time, you imprisoned me in the energy prison, making me feel that it was no different from death. So Li Ming, although you are very smart, your grasp of propriety and propriety is not as good as Yang Dingtian." Prince Li Ming's face twitched. Devil Queen said coldly, "We will go to Cloud Sky City and start a massacre. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we will capture Dongfang Minmi and the others." Prince Li Ming shook his head and said, "There's no chance. That mysterious saint-level expert and Yang Dingtian's soul sword will soon come out of the spatial tear and return to Cloud Sky City. If we go, we will just kill for a while. It's meaningless." Then, Prince Li Ming said to Dishi Bian, "Is there any way to control Wu Lingzi's will and make him fight for us?" Dishi Bian shook his head and said, unless we replace him with a first-class evil spirit and then suppress his will. At this point, Prince Li Ming sighed again. If Dongli was still here, he could strip his first-class evil spirit and plant it in Walingzi's body. Anyway, there was no difference whether Dongli had a first-class evil spirit or a second-class evil spirit now. His only use was the void-splitting fire. But Dongli was in Yang Dingtian's hands. Of course, there were still two first-class evil spirits. One was Dishi Bian, and the other was Princess Mu Dan. Strip Dishi Bian of his first-class evil spirit. Then Dishi Bian would immediately turn hostile and kill the evil ways. Strip Princess Mu Dan of her first-class evil spirit. Princess Mu Dan would immediately become Dongfang Bingling. He couldn't bear to do it. Your Majesty Devil Queen, is there a way to strip Wu Yuming of her first-class evil spirit and plant it in Walingzi's body? Prince Li Ming asked. Queen Devil Queen shook her head and said, Wu Yuming's first-class evil spirit is controlled by His Majesty Demon King's half of the evil spirit tree. Moreover, its evil spirit has been entangled with the dark matter. It can be considered destroyed. Prince Li Ming closed his eyes in pain. This time, he took control of the evil ways, but the result was not much better than Queen Devil Queen. Queen Devil Queen lost 2 world destruction battles, and he, Prince Li Ming, launched Operation Viper. After only a few days of prestige, he suffered a fatal blow. Not only were all the captured captives rescued, but even the celestial spiritualist Vulture was lost. Moreover, if Operation Viper hadn't been launched, Yang Dingtian might not have been able to find a way to destroy the Empire of Darkness. He, the Crown Prince Li Ming, had truly suffered a double loss. Suddenly, Prince Li Ming could no longer bear the pain and tumbling in his chest and abdomen, and directly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Queen Devil Queen vomited blood after losing 2 world destruction battles. He, Prince Li Ming, was not much better. After a big defeat, he directly vomited blood. Queen Devil Queen said, what should we do next? Should we continue Operation Viper, kill more Council of Light martial artists, and capture more hostages? Prince Li Ming shook his head and said, it's meaningless. Yang Dingtian will take revenge on the Empire of Darkness. Queen Devil Queen said, Yang Dingtian doesn't dare to destroy the Empire of Darkness. That would be a life and death struggle, and he would suffer countless casualties. Prince Li Ming shook his head and said, he doesn't need to destroy the Empire of Darkness. As long as all the dark castles, all the refining arrays, and the fusion arrays are destroyed, it will be a loss we can't bear. Queen Devil Queen fell silent. That's right, all the dark castles were destroyed because the Empire of Darkness couldn't bear it. Queen Devil Queen even complained in her heart that her side was so passive, and it was all because of the Demon King Wentian. Just like that, he left without a care, leaving the entire evil Dao to him. If he was still here, with his heaven-defying strength, things wouldn't have developed to this point. However, not to mention the Demon King Wentian, even she, Queen Devil Queen, didn't think that they would lose before the Apocalypse War began. Even if you used your toes to think, it was impossible to lose. In the end, they lost both Apocalypse Wars, especially the last one, when 100 million undead entered the human countries. What a huge investment. In the end, they lost even more cowardly, and didn't even make a splash. She really didn't know where the Demon King Wentian went. When would he come back? If the Demon King keeps coming back, what should we do? Queen Devil Queen asked. Prince Li Ming said, there's no other way. We can only fight for the gate of the human countries. Yang Dingtian's side had 3 saint-level powerhouses and a saint-level sword soul. It was impossible to fight for the gate of the human countries by force. It was even more impossible to threaten with hostages. Li Ming said slowly, use the most direct method, use force, to fight for the gate of the human countries. Queen Devil Queen was startled, but she didn't say anything. Crown Prince Li Ming's gaze turned resolute as he said, regardless of the price, I have to surpass Yang Dingtian in terms of martial Dao strength. I have to seize back the door to the human kingdom and open up the Little Western Paradise. Only by opening the Little Western Paradise can we instantly reverse the situation, completely suppress Yang Dingtian, and catch them all in one fell swoop. In the Little Western Paradise, there were many saint-level powerhouses, and even more half-step saint-level powerhouses. It had been many years since Yongxi Wentian became the chairman again. Now, with his methods, his control of the Little Western Paradise had reached a certain extent. If Yongxi Wentian could obtain the martial strength of the Little Western Paradise, he could indeed suppress Yang Dingtian in martial strength. In the ruins of the old Naga Empire, Queen Poisa was getting more and more anxious. Because the upheaval of the three force fields around her was getting closer and closer. Under the pressure of the three force fields, everything was turned into ashes. Everything within 100 miles, whether it was the abyss, the mountains, the pyramid, or the solid crystal ground. Under the pressure of the invisible force fields, everything was instantly crushed and turned into ashes. The pyramid under her was getting closer and closer, closer and closer. At this moment it was finally in front of her. Poisa could clearly see that everything less than 3 miles away from her had been crushed. Boom! Finally, the edge of the pyramid began to shatter. At this moment, the gate of the pyramid was still closed. Queen Poisa closed her beautiful eyes in pain, waiting for the arrival of her body being crushed. At this moment, a miserable cry of Naga suddenly came from the pyramid. Then, there was the sound of frantic slapping on the ground. The transformation of the Naga Dugu Shuang had entered the final stage. As long as it was completed, she would completely regain her consciousness and human form. But she had to race against time. Chapter 1035. The three force fields were getting closer and closer, stronger and stronger. Queen Poisa watched helplessly as this incomparably powerful pyramid was directly reduced to ashes instead of being smashed into pieces. These incomparably sturdy crystals just turned into nothingness in the air and disappeared without a trace. At this time, the loud noises and vibrations in the pyramid were incessant. Even Poisa, who was outside, could clearly hear the powerful collision inside. If Hai Xian were here, she would definitely run away. If it were someone else with a strong will, they would definitely rush into the pyramid and desperately take the Naga Shuang away. However, Queen Poisa had always been lazy and believed in fate. Therefore, she did nothing and just stood there like this. If God wanted her to die, if God wanted Naga Shuang to die, then they would die together. If God wanted Naga Shuang to live, then there would be a miracle in the end. Bang, 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 the energy of the three force fields surged. Queen Poisa watched helplessly as the surrounding pyramids all disappeared from her sight and became wrapped in energy, growing larger and larger. This destruction was getting closer and closer to her. 100 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, soon, it was in front of her. Suddenly, ow, a sharp cry suddenly came from inside the pyramid. Boom, then, a huge hole was suddenly blasted in the center of the pyramid, and a golden light shot out. Then, Queen Poisa felt her body fly up like lightning. A stunningly beautiful golden-haired woman, carrying the Venomosa Queen, flew hundreds of kilometers away like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, the three force fields violently collided. In an instant, the pyramid below was instantly reduced to ashes. At the same time, a huge crack of hundreds of miles was instantly torn open in the ruins of the old Naga Empire. However, the entire irregular structure, because of this release of energy, finally returned to a relatively stable state. Of course, if this continued, the entire irregular structure of the ruins would be completely destroyed. Because this kind of energy, this kind of instability would continue until the day it self-destructed, Queen Poisa looked at the beautiful woman who was as beautiful as the sun in the sky. This was Dugu Shuang, the Naga Dugu Shuang, who had completely transformed. Really, really beautiful. This kind of beauty surpassed that of the Queen Devil Queen and the Mermaid Queen. Without a doubt, she had directly occupied the top of the pyramid of beauties in this world and had unquestionably become the #1 beauty in the world. Perhaps there was someone who could stand on the same level as her, and that would be Queen Medusa of Naga. But now, whether it was Poisa, the Devil Queen, or anyone else, they had to succumb to the beauty of their beloved Naga Dugashuang. Although Poisa had given birth to her, she had never treated Naga as her own daughter. Of course, Naga would never treat Poisa as her mother. The two of them were completely silent. After a long time, Naga Shuang said, "How are we going to return to the human countries? My husband needs me very much." Queen Poisa said, "There is an energy passage that directly connects the ancient Sea Serpent Empire and the Naga Empire. The crystal ball that opens the passage to come is in the palace of the Sea Serpent Empire. The crystal ball that opens the passage to return should also be in the palace of the Naga Empire." Naga Shuang nodded and said, "Then let's go find it." "Okay," Queen Poisa said. Then, Naga Shuang let go of Queen Poisa, and the two of them quickly rushed down the irregular structure of the old Naga Empire ruins to find the crystal ball that opened the energy passage back to the Sea Serpent Empire. The scene returned to when Yang Dingtian led everyone into the torn space. After Dongli was pulled out of the space ring, he was still groggy. Then, he was thrown through the space door and into the torn space. Then, he woke up. He found that Yang Dingtian was not around, only a group of dark dragons. Suddenly, he had no time to think. His first instinct was to run away frantically. At this time, Vulture jumped into the torn space. "Dongli, where do you think you're going?" Vulture said angrily, and then chased after him like lightning. At this time, Dongli's cultivation was not as good as Vulture's. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up. Before he could say anything, the fatal pain happened again. That was because Spirit Vulture's leather boots had kicked him in his weakest spot. Bang, the fatal, hellish, nightmarish pain came again. Dongli's whole body curled up. His eggs were broken again. Soon, under the energy of the evil spirit, the broken eggs were restored again. Then, the Spirit Vulture kicked him again. Ah, there was an earth-shattering scream, and the hellish pain. His eggs were broken again. At this time, Dongli really regretted it. If he had known, he would have been better off being a eunuch. He would not have had to let the evil spirit help him completely restore his manhood. Otherwise, he would not have had to suffer such terrible pain. The pain of having his eggs broken 100 times was really more terrible than death. Moreover, he completely believed that his thing would not be used in the future. Of course, it was not because it was broken by the kick, but because it was completely psychological. As long as he thought of that, the fatal pain would still come even though he was not kicked. Therefore, his thing would not be hard for the rest of his life. Although he was not castrated, he had really been castrated in his heart and spirit. When Yang Dingtian jumped into the torn space, he just happened to see this tragic scene. Vulture broke Dongli's eggs again and again. Yang Dingtian summoned Neru from the space ring. She did not look at Dongli. At this time, she was curled up on a huge rock and kept twitching. She had no intention of escaping. Vulture could not help but look back. "I asked your father to enter my space ring and bring him over. He is not willing. Yang Dingtian, moreover, he can't come over. Everything about him is completely in the hands of the Dishibian." Vulture's beautiful eyes suddenly trembled, and she could not help but want to cry. If it was before, she would not be worried, because she really did not have any feelings for Wolingzi. But now, Wolingzi had really begun to protect her as a father. Will he die?" Vulture asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "No." Instantly, Vulture relaxed. As long as he did not die, it was fine. Moreover, Yang Dingtian said that he would not die, so he definitely would not die. Soon, Vulture threw this matter to the back of her mind and became happy again. After all, she had already escaped from the demon's den and was about to return to the human countries. She would be second only to one person and above hundreds of millions of people. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and directly threw Dongli into his space ring. Then, he led everyone to the west of the torn space. Sure enough, as Princely Ming expected, because they were worried that Cloud Sky City would be attacked, Neru and Yang Dingtian's soul swords left the torn space and flew towards Cloud Sky City. As for Yang Dingtian, he would turn around in the torn space and then randomly choose a direction to leave and return to the human countries. This would eliminate the possibility of being intercepted by evil ways. Of course, at this time, evil ways would not send people to intercept them. Queen Devil Queen and the others had already returned to the Empire of Darkness. The next day, Yang Dingtian led everyone back to Cloud Sky City. This operation could be said to be a real victory. Before returning to Cloud Sky City, Vulture was still thinking about how to be awe-inspiring, but when they were about to arrive, her heart was filled with uneasiness. Because she used to be the enemy of the Council of Light. Moreover, after becoming Shura Vulture, in the Empire of Darkness, although she was loyal to Yang Dingtian, because she was afraid of death, she had always been working for evil ways. She could definitely be considered as helping the evildoers do evil, but she did not make any contributions. In the end, she realized that she was completely overthinking. Whether it was Qin Wanchou or Dongfang Minmi, their attitude towards her was very good. Especially Qin Wanchou, who even bowed and called her madam. Qin Huayu only joked about her. Song Lihua's attitude was even better. Only Song Chuanhua's attitude towards her was not cold or warm. Therefore, Vulture decided that from now on, her main target would be Song Chunhua. Anyway, she used to call her sister, so there was nothing wrong with pleasing her now. Without mentioning Vulture's thoughts, everyone in the Council of Light heaved a sigh of relief when she was able to return. Although she had not been able to fully display her abilities, Vulture, as a heaven spiritualist, was really too heaven-defying. It could be said that she was the key core of both doomsday battles. In the meeting room of Cloud Sky City, there was only one topic discussed. What would evil ways do next? What should the Council of Light do next? After the first and second doomsday battles failed, it was impossible for Operation Viper to start a war. Then, the only thing evil ways could do was to seize the door to the human countries and open up a path to Little Western Paradise. However, with the current strength of evil ways, it was indeed impossible for them to seize back the door to the human countries. Unless, however, Princely Ming was so infatuated with Mu Dan that he would definitely not do that. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was faced with two choices. The first choice was to find Naga Xuan. The second choice was to solve the problem of Little Western Paradise and completely eliminate any worries. This choice was not easy to make. Because Yang Dingtian really did not know what the evil ways would do. Would they seize the door to the human countries by any means? Or would they lay low and wait for the Demon King Wentian's return? Princely Ming locked himself in his room for a few days and nights. He did not eat, drink, see anyone, or say anything. Of course, he was not reflecting, nor was he in pain. He was just making a choice. This choice would determine the fate of the person he loved the most. Would he do nothing here and wait for the Demon King Wentian's return? Or would he take the first-class evil spirit from Dongfang Bingling and give it to Wolingzi? In that case, his side would have one more powerful saint-level warrior. And Dongfang Bingling would be liberated, which meant that he would lose Dongfang Bingling forever. Chapter 1036. After a full 5 days and 5 nights, Princely Ming walked out and said to Queen Devil Queen, "I've already confirmed it." Queen Devil Queen's face twitched, "Are you sure you want to do this? You know that if you do this, you'll lose Bingling forever." Princely Ming said, "Actually, she'll never belong to me." Queen Devil Queen said, "Actually." Actually, we can do nothing. When His Majesty Demon King returns, everything will be resolved. With His Majesty Demon King's strength, he can easily eliminate all of Yang Dingtian's strength. There's no need for Little Western Paradise. Princely Ming said slowly, Your Majesty Devil Queen, actually, this is already my last battle. If I don't do anything, then I'll become a complete waste. Moreover, I won't be a waste like Wu Yuming, but a waste like Dongli. My existence won't have any meaning. Queen Devil Queen fell into silence. Princely Ming was right. If they had to wait for the Demon King Wentian to come and deal with Yang Dingtian, then, whether it was Princely Ming or Queen Devil Queen, they would all lose their meaning. There was no meaning in living. For some people, it was nothing. But for some people, it was better to die. Princely Ming said slowly, The first person to deal with Yang Dingtian was my lackey Ning Wuming. He lost. Then Wu Yuming also lost. Then, Dongli also lost. Devil Queen, you also lost. And I, too, lost just now. He took a deep breath and said, So, this is my last battle with Yang Dingtian. If I lose, then I will have to hand everything over to His Majesty the Demon King. But at least I've fought hard. If I stay here and do nothing, then I can't find any reason to live. In the end, Princely Ming laughed bitterly and said, Wu Yuming chose to perish together with the dark matter partly because of her repentance. On the other hand, they couldn't find the meaning of living and couldn't find a reason to live. If I stay here and do nothing, I might as well disappear from this world like him. After hearing Li Ming's words, Queen Devil Queen didn't say anything and directly stepped aside. Princely Ming walked into Princess Mu Dan's room. At this time, Princess Mu Dan was sitting quietly, motionless. Princely Ming stepped forward and sat across from her. Bingling, I know that all these years, you haven't stopped fighting. Princely Ming said. As soon as these words came out, Princess Mu Dan's expression changed slightly, and her eyes revealed a light that belonged to Dongfang Bingling. Princely Ming said, After you were poisoned by a first-class evil spirit, I always thought that you would never be able to get rid of it. Yang Dingtian kept saying that he wanted to liberate you, that he wanted to save you. Of course, he was as weak as an ant. I really didn't care about his words at all. In the end, Princely Ming said bitterly, in the end, he really did it. In fact, he didn't even make a move and forced me to liberate your will. This is really an ironic thing. This should be considered a different kind of army that subdued the enemy without fighting. Yang Dingtian was tens of thousands of miles away, and he was able to liberate your will and soul. How amazing is that? As soon as these words came out, Princess Mu Dan's expression changed drastically. Her soul was actually going to be liberated. For a few years, Dongfang Bingling had never given in. But it was completely impossible to defeat a first-class evil spirit and regain control of the body. Therefore, although she was very strong, she did think that one day, Yang Dingtian could destroy a first-class evil spirit and save her soul and will. Princely Ming said, If I take away the first-class evil spirit in your body, will you commit suicide? Dongfang Bingling shook her head. Princely Ming said, But, I will imprison you. Dongfang Bingling nodded. Princely Ming took a deep breath, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Some feelings and such were meaningless to say. Princely Ming said, Well, you get ready. I will let the Devil Queen take away the first-class evil spirit in your body. Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes flashed with an incomparably bright light. However, at this moment, Queen Devil Queen suddenly walked in and said to Princely Ming, Come out. Princely Ming was taken aback and couldn't help but walk out. Queen Devil Queen said, Don't take away the first-class evil spirit in Bingling's body. Princely Ming was taken aback. He didn't know why Queen Devil Queen suddenly changed. He thought for a while and said, Thank you Devil Queen for your pity, but for the sake of the overall situation, personal feelings are not worth mentioning. Queen Devil Queen said, "You are confused because you are concerned. In fact, there is another way." Princely Ming was stunned. Queen Devil Queen said, "Propose a deal to Yang Dingtian and exchange Dongli back from his hands." When these words came out, Princely Ming trembled and said, You mean, use Mu Dan to exchange for Dongli?" Queen Devil Queen nodded and said, "Yes. As long as the first-class evil spirit is in Mu Dan's body, then even if Yang Dingtian obtains Mu Dan, he can only imprison her in the energy prison. Not only can he not use her, but he also has to worry about Mu Dan causing trouble at all times. So, when the time comes, Yang Dingtian can't use her, he can't kill her. Instead, he has to use every possible means and be on tenterhooks. There will be at least 2 or 3 sage-level powerhouses watching over Mu Dan." When these words came out, Princely Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, it was true. Even if Mu Dan was given to Yang Dingtian, it would still be of no use. Instead, it would restrict Yang Dingtian's power and bury a nail in his heart at all times. As long as the first-class evil spirit was there, Mu Dan would always belong to the evil ways. But Dongli was different. Vulture had been rescued, and Dongli was of no use to Yang Dingtian. He would throw Dongli into the dark matter at all times and directly devour Dongli. If Dongli was exchanged back, not only would he get back the first-class evil spirit, but he would also get back the vital void fire. This deal was really worth it. Of course, if Yang Dingtian was a villain, Mu Dan would definitely lose her chastity after being in his hands. But who asked Yang Dingtian to be a gentleman? On this point, Princely Ming was 100% assured. "Let's go to Cloud Sky City immediately and negotiate with Yang Dingtian." Yang Dingtian's meeting was still ongoing, and he still had not made a choice. Should he go to the Little Western Paradise or go to the Naga Dugashuang? Because he really could not figure out the attitude of the evil ways. Was Princely Ming willing to lose Dongfang Bingling forever and transfer the first-class evil spirit to Wolingzi and gain a powerful immortal saint-level powerhouse from then on? In Yang Dingtian's heart, Princely Ming was a very complicated person. He was very, very infatuated, but also very, very snobbish and realistic. In the end, everyone was inclined to believe that Princely Ming would use any means to fight for the door to the human kingdom. And at this time, Jiao Liao came to report that Princely Ming and the other two had come to visit again. Yang Dingtian was stunned. At this time, there was nothing to talk about, so why did they come to visit again? But he still had to go and see what Princely Ming was planning. After a while, Yang Dingtian led Neru and Mu Dan to the pavilion in the land of chaos again. When Yang Dingtian arrived, Princely Ming and the other two were already sitting there. This was the third negotiation between the two sides. After Yang Dingtian entered the pavilion, he sat down directly and looked at Princely Ming, waiting for him to speak. "Sect Master Yang, this is our third negotiation," Crown Princely Ming said with a smile. "However, the first 2 negotiations ended on bad terms, and I suffered a crushing defeat. I hope that the third negotiation will go smoothly." Yang Dingtian nodded and did not speak. He was not in the mood to show off with Princely Ming. Princely Ming took out a red wedding invitation. Yang Dingtian's face twitched. Last time, Princely Ming sent a wedding invitation, and Yang Dingtian became a prisoner of the Empire of Darkness. If not for the Naga Dugashuang, Yang Dingtian would have become a walking corpse, a tool of evil ways. Princely Ming said, "Things haven't been going well recently, so in order to make it more festive, Mu Dan and I will postpone our wedding and hold it tonight." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's pupils shrank. Princely Ming sighed softly and said, "I know that Lord Yang will not attend my wedding. But it's reasonable for me to send an invitation." Yang Dingtian's face twitched and said, "What do you want to say, what do you want to trade? Speak." Princely Ming said with a serious face, "Dongfang Bingling, trade for Dongli. Yang Dingtian was shocked when he heard this. He had never thought of making such a deal before. He thought that Prince Li Ming would release Dongfang Bingling's soul and transfer the first-class evil spirit to Wolingzi in order to have another saint-level expert. Even if Bingling regained her consciousness, she would still be in Li Ming's hands. Now, he did not expect Prince Li Ming to propose a trade, to give Princess Mu Dan to Yang Dingtian. At first, Yang Dingtian's eyes were filled with excitement. This was a completely instinctive reaction. For several years, since the incident of the yin-yang mirror, he wanted to save Dongfang Bingling every day. Now, Prince Li Ming was taking the initiative to come to him. And his expression was caught by Prince Li Ming at the first moment. He could not help but feel happy. But then, Yang Dingtian's heart immediately understood. The real saving of Bingling was to release her soul and will. Otherwise, it would only be Mu Dan in evil ways. Not only would that be useless, but he would also have to be vigilant at all times. She would harm the Council of Light. Prince Li Ming said, "I know that Lord Yang is deeply in love with Miss Bingling, and I am willing to fulfill your wish. But if Sect Master Yang's feelings for her are fake, then why don't you fulfill my wish and let me marry her tonight and consummate our marriage?" This despicable prince of evil ways had already revealed his most disgusting and ugly side. Either he would hand over Dongli and let the evil ways have the void-splitting fire again, adding a powerful saint-level expert. Or Dongfang Bingling would lose her chastity. And the moment she lost her chastity would probably be the moment her soul was destroyed. At that time, Dongfang Bingling's soul would really die forever. Chapter 1037. This choice was something that Yang Dingtian couldn't make. If he chose to preserve Bingling's chastity, it would harm the interests of the Council of Light. On the other hand, Dongfang Bingling would completely disappear from this world. Yang Dingtian looked at Prince Li Ming in front of him. At this moment, he had never hated someone as much as he did now. It was this person in front of him who, again and again, did despicable things to a woman's chastity. The reason for his shamelessness was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian said to the Queen Devil Queen, "Nihility Piaoling, Dongfang Bingling is your disciple, and you are as close as mother and daughter. You clearly know that once she is defiled, she will choose to destroy herself. Are you going to watch as Bingling completely disappears?" The Queen Devil Queen's beautiful eyes trembled slightly, and then she slowly said, "Evil ways are now decided by Prince Li Ming." Prince Li Ming smiled and said, "Yang Dingtian, it's useless to say more. I think you should hurry up and make a decision. There's not much time left, probably only a few hours. When the time comes tonight, Mu Dan and I will consummate our marriage." Yang Dingtian suddenly clenched his fist. His nails had been trimmed very short, but they still pierced his palm and bled. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. His whole body seemed to have become a bomb that was about to explode. His anger made his whole body feel like it was about to explode and tear apart the thief in front of him. Seeing this scene, Prince Li Ming had an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. "You, Yang Dingtian, are very powerful, but in terms of methods and intelligence, you are still crushed by me. At this time, I have forced you into a desperate situation." For a full quarter of an hour, Yang Dingtian did not speak. A quarter of an hour later, he opened his eyes and said, "Li Ming, I don't have the final say in this matter. I have to discuss it with Master." His master was, of course, Dongfang Minmi, because Dongfang Bingling was his daughter. Of course. Prince Li Ming said, "However, it's best to hurry up. According to your unit of time, we're going to have our wedding night tonight at 8 o'clock. Then, Prince Li Ming's face turned ferocious as he said, "Even if you destroy the entire Empire of Darkness, you won't be able to stop our wedding night." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "I understand. I will definitely give you an answer before 5 o'clock this evening." With that, Yang Dingtian brought Naru and violets back to Cloud Sky City. Queen Devil Queen asked Li Ming, do you think he will agree? Prince Li Ming sneered and said, don't worry, he will. This person's hypocrisy is already deeply ingrained in his bones. It can't be changed. Then, Prince Li Ming looked down at the ground. There were many drops of blood. He could still see Yang Dingtian's anger. When Yang Dingtian returned to Cloud Sky City, he immediately told his master, Dongfang Minmi, about this matter. His master's body trembled and he staggered. Then, he immediately closed his eyes. Because, his vision suddenly blurred and his entire head was dizzy. It was as if his entire soul was about to leave this body. After a long time, his master, Dongfang Minmi, finally came back to his senses. Then, he said to Yang Dingtian, child, I know you have already made a decision in your heart and won't be influenced by anyone. However, I have my own opinion. Please speak, Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Minmi said, my opinion is to give up on Dongfang Bingling. After Dongfang Minmi finished speaking, he didn't give a reason. He didn't need to give a reason. Moreover, he already owed this daughter of his to the extreme. When she was very young, Dongfang Minmi left Dongfang Bingling in order to find the truth of the world, causing her to be bullied. And now, after he returned, he had to give up on his daughter before he even met her. After a long silence, Dongfang Minmi said, child, what's your decision? Dongfang Minmi could certainly put righteousness before family, but he couldn't make a decision from Yang Dingtian's standpoint. Whether it was sacrificing the interests of the Council of Light or giving up on Dongfang Bingling, neither was a choice that Yang Dingtian could make. Yang Dingtian looked in the direction of the Empire of Darkness in the distance and said slowly, Master, I won't give up on Bingling. Suddenly, Dongfang Minmi frowned. If he didn't give up on Dongfang Bingling, it meant that he had to hand over Dongli, which meant that he had to harm the interests of the Council of Light. Yang Dingtian continued, however, I will never compromise and will not harm the interests of the Council of Light. Dongfang Minmi's expression changed. He didn't know what Yang Dingtian would do to not harm the interests of the Council of Light and Dongfang Bingling. There was no such way at all. There could only be one choice. After speaking, Yang Dingtian quickly flew in the direction of the yin-yang mirror. In less than 2 hours, Yang Dingtian flew to the end of the yin-yang mirror. Then, he opened a space door and jumped into the torn space. After entering the torn space, Yang Dingtian flew to the connection between the torn space and the dark matter at the fastest speed. In front of him was a sharp dark matter. Yang Dingtian pulled Dongli out of the space ring and looked at him silently. Dongli woke up again and saw Yang Dingtian's serious face, which he had never seen before. He couldn't help but be shocked and said, what do you want to do? What do you want to ask me? I said, don't think that I will betray the Temple of Annihilation. Yang Dingtian didn't speak for a long time. Then, his expression softened and his voice became gentler. He said, Dongli, what do you want to say in the end? As soon as he said this, Dongli's expression changed and he said, what do you mean by this? Don't think that you can scare me, I won't say anything. Yang Dingtian, although you and I were enemies before, hatred and enmity are meaningless now. If you have any last wishes, just say it. If I can do it, I will do it for you. Suddenly, blood drained from his face and he said, don't think that you can scare me, what tricks do you have? At this time, Dongli no longer had the aura of the young master of the evil ways. He was completely scared out of his wits. If you don't have any last wishes, then forget it, Yang Dingtian said. Then, he took out the essence of the eye gem and melted a huge hole in the dark matter. Then, he escorted Dongli into it. Ah! Dongli suddenly screamed and said in horror, Stop, what do you want to ask? I'll say it, stop. Yang Dingtian, Dongli, I really don't have anything to ask. Prince Li Ming forced me to return you to the evil ways in exchange for Princess Mu Dan. If I don't agree, he will sully Dongfang Bingling's innocence, so I can only destroy you. As soon as he said this, Dongli's face trembled and he said in disbelief, Li Ming is actually willing to hand over Dongfang Bingling for me? He was suddenly valued, and he had a feeling of disbelief. Yang Dingtian, you think too much. The reason why he wants to exchange you is because he wants the first-class evil spirit in your body. Now, Wulingzi has broken through to the saint level, but he is not controlled by the evil ways. So, they want to use your first-class evil spirit to suppress Wulingzi's will. In this way, they will have one more saint-level expert. You have been completely abandoned. As soon as these words came out, Dongli's face instantly distorted. Don't even think about it, don't even think about it. Dongli roared, no one can take away my first-class evil spirit. Why don't you let Princess Mu Dan hand it over? I am the young master of the Temple of Annihilation. I am on equal footing with Prince Li Ming. I am also the adopted son of the Demon King. Why? Why? Suddenly, Dongli completely entered a state of madness, as if he was going crazy. To have his first-class evil spirit taken away was undoubtedly the biggest blow to Dongli, and it was the most complete humiliation. Yang Dingtian, okay, now that I've explained everything to you, what do you want to tell me? Dongli couldn't help but wake up from his madness, and then gradually calmed down. Because the current situation was even more terrible. Yang Dingtian wanted his life. After a while, Dongli slowly said, Yang Dingtian, if you want to say that I'm dead now, it's nothing. That's because there's not much point in me living now. Except for the void-splitting fire on me, I have no value anymore. That's right, Dongli's position in the evil ways was already very unbearable. Not to mention, he had become Yang Dingtian's captive. Dongli continued, if you hadn't told me about this before, I wouldn't have cared if I died. But now, I'm not reconciled, I'm really not reconciled. Dongli looked above the torn space and said, what right does Li Ming have to treat me like this? I'm also the young master. My first-class evil spirit is right and proper. Why should I give it away? Where does this put me? He's trampling on my dignity. Taking a deep breath, Dongli said, Yang Dingtian, I'm just making a suggestion. Whether you agree or not, it's up to you. Yang Dingtian, say it. Dongli said, if you're willing, I want to be loyal to you. I'll give up a first-class evil spirit, and I want a second-class evil spirit. One day, they will need my void-splitting fire. At that time, it will be the time for me to deal a fatal blow, it will be the time for me to take revenge, it will be the time for me to perish together with these people. Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly jumped. Dongli said, Yang Dingtian, you can't kill Li Ming, you can't kill the Devil Queen. Because the evil spirit energy is too strong, but no matter how strong it is, it can't escape the abyss border. One day, they will cross the abyss border. At that time, it will be their time of death. If you can't kill them, I'll help you kill them. Yang Dingtian's heart shook violently, then slowly said, didn't you say that you won't betray the evil ways? Dongli shook her head and said, I'm worthless in the evil Tao. What's there to betray? Oh, yes, because evil ways are all I have, first-class evil spirits are all I have, of course I won't betray them. But now, they want to take away my only first-class evil spirit, then what's the value of my loyalty? After that, Dongli slowly knelt in front of Yang Dingtian and said, either let me be loyal to you, or kill me. Then, Dongli knelt, motionless, waiting for Yang Dingtian's choice. Chapter 1038. At this time, what should Yang Dingtian choose? There was no doubt that Dongli's loyalty was not guaranteed. Not to mention a contract, there was not even an oath. Even if Dongli immediately turned hostile after returning, Yang Dingtian could not do anything. However, he had to make a choice. Either kill Dongli, Or, take him to exchange for Princess Peony. Then, the two people in the torn space fell into deep silence. A few hours later. The sky was almost dark, and it was very close to 5:00 in the evening. Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian came to this familiar pavilion again. Prince Li Ming and the other two were still here. Crown Prince Li Ming revealed a complacent smile when he saw Yang Dingtian's return. Because Yang Dingtian's arrival meant that he agreed to the exchange. He won as expected. In terms of wisdom and means, he still crushed Yang Dingtian. You've thought it through. Very good, then hand him over, Prince Li Ming said. I know that you've been hiding Dongli in your space ring. Yang Dingtian stared at Prince Li Ming and said, I don't intend to hand over Dongli. As soon as these words came out, Prince Li Ming's expression changed. Then, he laughed and said, good, good, good. Since Sect Yang Dingtian wants to help me and Bing Ling, then I won't be polite. We'll go back to the bridal chamber tonight. Are you sure you don't want to drink a cup of wine? Yang Dingtian, it's not that I don't want to hand Dongli over to you, but because it is already dead. As soon as these words came out, Prince Li Ming's expression changed suddenly, and then he said coldly, Yang Dingtian, are you tricking me? Yang Dingtian, at the junction of the torn space and the Empire of Darkness, there is a dark matter. If you melt the dark matter there, you will see it. When you proposed the deal this morning, I never thought of agreeing to it. I just wanted to push things to the extreme. Now that Dongli is dead, I can't take it out. You have nothing to threaten me with. Immediately, Prince Li Ming's body began to tremble. Then, he said coldly, aren't you afraid that I'll sully Dongfang Bingling's innocence? Yang Dingtian said coldly, now, no matter what you do, I can't hand over Dongli. It's useless to be afraid. I can't give you the bargaining chip you want. Prince Li Ming immediately spat out another mouthful of blood. Originally, he thought that he would definitely win this confrontation with Yang Dingtian, but he did not expect that Yang Dingtian would be so decisive and directly kill Dongli. Even if he humiliated Dongfang Bingling 100 times, what use would it be? He could only vent his anger. Yang Dingtian was really amazing, really amazing. As for whether Yang Dingtian would lie, that was impossible. Dongli was almost useless to Yang Dingtian. Moreover, he had the void-splitting fire. Yang Dingtian could not wait to destroy Dongli. Therefore, in this confrontation, Yang Dingtian made the most ruthless and smart choice. Prince Li Ming stared at Yang Dingtian and said slowly, Yang Dingtian, I hope you won't regret it in the future. Yang Dingtian, when did your Excellency Prince Li Ming learn to threaten people? Suddenly, Li Ming's heart suddenly felt stifled. Yes, he, Prince Li Ming, would always do things without saying anything. Now, he could only threaten people. This was the behavior of the most incompetent person. Suddenly, Li Ming did not say a word. He directly turned around and left with the Queen Devil Queen and the other two. Remember, Dongli was buried by the dark matter at the junction of the torn space. Remember to go and take a look. Maybe it's not too late to save him now. Yang Dingtian said loudly. Prince Li Ming and the other two did not say anything and directly flew away. After returning to the Empire of Darkness, Prince Li Ming once again came to Princess Mu Dan's room. Today, I went to find Yang Dingtian to make a deal and exchange you for Dongli. Prince Li Ming said, in this way, the first-class evil spirit would still be with you, and Dongli's first-class evil spirit would be given to Wolingzi. This was the best situation, but, we failed. Princess Mu Dan's beautiful eyes trembled. Prince Li Ming said, Yang Dingtian directly killed Dongli and threw him into the dark matter, directly cutting off all the escape routes. Tell me, what should I do? Princess Mu Dan said, you want to sleep with Dongfang Bingling to take revenge on Yang Dingtian and vent your anger, right? Prince Li Ming nodded and said, yes. Princess Mu Dan said, in that way, Dongfang Bingling will die. If you don't care, then it doesn't matter. Princely Ming's face twitched. Dongfang Bingling's death meant that after the first-class evil spirit was extracted, even if it was given to the second-class evil spirit, her soul would completely collapse. In other words, this body would become a walking corpse. Was he willing to do this? In order to take revenge on Yang Dingtian, of course, he couldn't wait to do so. However, Dongfang Bingling was his dream lover after all, and he had always loved Dongfang Bingling, not Princess Mu Dan. Princess Mu Dan said, moreover, at the critical moment, Dongfang Bingling will be a very important hostage. If her soul collapses, then it's hard to say. Princess Mu Dan's attitude was very calm. She was just a product of the soul under the suppression of the evil spirit, not Princely Ming, with anger and unwillingness. Taking a deep breath, Princely Ming nodded and said, I understand. Then, he walked out and gave up the idea of humiliating Dongfang Bingling. Then, he came to the Devil Queen and sat down in front of her, falling into deep depression. Most of the time, his face was full of sarcasm and cynicism. But at this time, he couldn't hide the depression in his heart. Devil Empress, why is it that every time we clashed with Yang Dingtian in the dark, we were always victorious? On the other hand, Yang Dingtian was suffering setbacks everywhere. He was like a headless fly as he bumped into everything. And when we fight directly, it's our turn to lose. Princely Ming asked. Devil Queen shook her head and said, maybe we are born to hide in the dark. The evil Tao, is suitable for scheming and plotting. Once we fight, we become not so good at it. Princely Ming closed his eyes in pain and said, losing to Yang Dingtian, I really can't accept it. Devil Queen said, Yongxi has been integrating Little Western Paradise for a few years. With his methods and allies, it should be almost done. As long as we take back the gate of the human kingdom, we can instantly reverse the situation. Princely Ming nodded. Devil Queen said, I really don't know. Where did the Demon King Wentian go? Did he find Naga? Princely Ming didn't answer, but said, there's no time to lose. Now, go and take out Mu Dan's first-class evil spirit. Devil Queen nodded and said, do you want to take a look at the dark matter at the boundary of the spatial tear? Princely Ming said, do you think Yang Dingtian would lie about this? Devil Queen shook her head and then went directly into Dongfang Bingling's room. Little Ling, I only have half of the primeval evil spirit tree now, so it will take a lot of time to take out your first-class evil spirit. Devil Queen said, you are my disciple, and can even be considered my daughter. If you are not willing to hand over the first-class evil spirit, I will go and refuse Li Ming. Dongfang Bingling said slowly, I can't ask for more. Then, Devil Queen took out the remaining half of the evil spirit tree from her body. There were two faces in her half. One was Dongfang Bingling, the other was Dongli, and the other half was Princely Ming. Princely Ming had the most important first-class evil spirit, so he was in the middle. The other group, which was originally in the Demon King Wentian, was now in Naga Dugu Shui's body. Devil Queen began to operate her cultivation method and gradually took back a branch from the half of the evil spirit tree. Dongfang Bingling's beautiful face on the branch gradually dimmed, and finally disappeared completely, turning into an ownerless branch. Then, the Devil Empress dead concubine carefully placed the primordial evil spirit into Dongfang Bingling's body. Little by little, thread by thread, the first-class evil spirit's energy was stripped from Dongfang Bingling's body. The whole process was indeed very, very slow. First, it was stripped from the sea of qi, then from the legs, arms, and then the first-class evil spirit in the heart. Finally, it was the removal of the first-class evil spirit in the brain. This process was even slower. It was done completely one thread at a time. After a few hours, the Devil Queen's death concubine finally removed all the first-grade evil spirits from Dongfang Bingling's body. The moment it was removed, Dongfang Bingling directly collapsed to the ground. She was still a semi-saint expert, and her cultivation would not disappear. However, her body had already turned into ashes many times. After the evil spirit left, her entire body could no longer withstand the damage from the past and directly collapsed. However, her beautiful eyes were bright, as if burning ice fire. Because she was free. "I'll get you the second-class evil spirit immediately," Devil Queen said. Dongfang Bingling said, "I don't want the evil spirit in Wolingzi's body. Give me a woman's second-class evil spirit." At this time, Dongfang Bingling had completely recovered the voice of Iceling Ao, but there was still no expression on her face. Devil Queen was stunned, then nodded and agreed, "Okay." 3 hours later. The second-class evil spirit of the mistress of the Shang Palace of the Demon City was injected into Dongfang Bingling's body. And the first-class evil spirit was completely injected into Wolingzi's body. Under Dishi Bian's control, Wolingzi had no resistance at all. He could only allow the first-grade evil spirit to enter his body. From now on, the Temple of Annihilation of the Evil Ways had another saint-level expert. The number of saint-level experts on both sides was once again 3 to 3. However, because of the uniqueness of Dishi Bian and Wolingzi, and because the evil spirit could not be killed or injured, the strength of the 3 saint-level experts of the evil ways surpassed that of the Council of Light. Directly using force to fight for the gate of the human kingdom was about to begin. Chapter 1039. After leaving the negotiation place with Princely Ming, An Dingtian did not return to Cloud Sky City directly. Instead, he flew to the Yin-Yang Mirror again. From the Yin-Yang Mirror, he opened the space door and jumped into the torn space. Then, after flying for tens of thousands of miles, he opened the space door and jumped into Mount Buzhou. Once again, he entered the Little Western Paradise's High Priest Association. After rejecting Princely Ming's request, he was sure that Princely Ming would definitely remove the first-grade evil spirit from Princess Mu Dan's body and place it in Wolingzi's body in order to seize the gate of the human kingdom and open the Little Western Paradise. This way, the evil ways would have 3 saint-leveled experts, surpassing Yang Dingtian's side in terms of strength. When that time came, the battle for the gate of the human kingdom would be a battle to the death. Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen Violets had deduced that 3 saint-leveled experts would fight against 3 saint-leveled experts. And Yang Dingtian's soul sword would fight against the Devil Queen's soul sword. Yang Dingtian's side would still lose. Even the Mermaid Queen and Wu Yu's lives would be in danger. This was because the saint-leveled experts of the evil ways were immortal and indestructible. Therefore, it was very easy to win this battle. As long as Yang Dingtian's side had 1 or 2 more saint-leveled experts, it would be enough. Therefore, Yang Dingtian once again went to the Little Western Paradise Association to ask for help. In this world, the place with the most saint-leveled experts was undoubtedly the High Priest Association in Mount Buzhou. Yang Dingtian used the token and entered the High Priest Association once again. The main hall was still empty. Yang Dingtian went directly to the Demon Fox High Priest's room and gently knocked on the door. "Yang Dingtian." The Demon Fox's voice sounded from inside. "Yes." The Demon Fox said, "Come in." Yang Dingtian pushed the door open and entered. The situation inside was exactly the same as what he had imagined. The Demon Fox High Priest was still completely naked. In a very bizarre way, he placed his legs on the bed while his body lay on the ground. There was still a glass of wine beside her, and she was still holding a light novel in her hand. There were all kinds of light novels around her, and he really didn't know how many she had read during this period of time. Her days were truly carefree and unfettered. Even when she saw Yang Dingtian enter, she did not get up. She continued to read her book, and her small mouth gently sucked in a breath. Immediately, the wine turned into a stream of water and entered her small mouth. Are you free?" Yang Dingtian asked. The Demon Fox High Priest said, "Can't you see that I'm so bored that I'm about to grow fur all over my body?" Yang Dingtian asked, then, do you have any new research projects recently? No. The fox demon high priest said, I want to play for at least 10 or 20 years before I consider new projects. Yang Dingtian, then, is there a saying that the High Priest Association is not allowed to go out? No. The fox demon high priest said, only outsiders are not allowed to enter. There are no restrictions on the association members at all. Yang Dingtian, then, can I ask for your help? Sure, say it. The fox demon high priest said. Please follow me to the human countries. Evil ways want to fight for the door to the human countries. Yang Dingtian, they have 3 saint-level experts. Because of the evil spirit attribute on their bodies, they are completely immortal and indestructible. Even though we have 3 saint-level experts on our side, we are not their match. Okay, I'll go with you. The fox demon high priest directly stood up and threw the light novel in her hand to the side. Although these days were carefree, it was indeed extremely boring. Yang Dingtian, actually, if you can avoid fighting, it's best not to. Because once the battle starts, I'm afraid that there will be casualties. The fox demon high priest nodded and then said, what clothes do I need to wear? Yang Dingtian, maybe, you need the clothes of the mermaid clan or the sea serpent clan on the ship, and then put on a mask. No problem. The fox demon high priest was very excited. She directly started to rummage through the cabinets and boxes to search. She really had a lot of clothes. There were simply too many to count. In the end, she really found a set of clothes of the sea serpent clan and a black poisonous snake mask. As she wore it, she said, when I was young, I liked to participate in all kinds of balls. One of the most popular balls was the disguise ball. I had all kinds of clothes. Her figure was really too devilish. It did not look like a human's at all. After wearing the tight-fitting clothes of the sea serpent clan on the ship, the devilish curves that were about to explode made Yang Dingtian's breathing a little heavy. Seeing Yang Dingtian's reaction, the fox demon high priest instantly smiled proudly. Then, she took out a black cloak and covered the devilish body. Then, she put on a black poisonous snake mask. Then, she packed up some miscellaneous things and directly left the room. Do you want to inform the leader or fire dance? Yang Dingtian asked. No need. The fox demon high priest said. However, she did not directly go out. Instead, she made a few turns and came in front of a stone room. She was about to ring the meditation bell. Who is the person inside? Yang Dingtian asked, it's not good for you to wake him up like this. A person that I have a crush on. The fox demon high priest said, he has a very bad temper. No one can disturb his meditation. I am an exception. Yang Dingtian said, you are going to bring him along. Yes. The fox demon high priest said, I feel that one more saint-level expert will be able to better prevent thoughts of evil ways. Yang Dingtian was instantly incomparably grateful. Then, he said uneasily, do you like him? No. The fox demon high priest said. Yang Dingtian said, then, will this make you owe him a favor? Will he make any requests? The fox demon high priest said, when someone has a crush on you, you will make them do things for you. Not only will you not owe them a favor, but you will also make them very happy. And after you use them, you can still be cold. Yang Dingtian was instantly speechless. This extremely seductive woman in front of him, in terms of feelings, she was really not a good person. Then, the fox demon high priest directly went to the meditation bell in the stone room. Indeed, after a moment, an extremely violent voice came from inside. Who is it? You dare to disturb my meditation. Don't blame me for killing you. This voice was very unpleasant and very scary. Me. The fox demon high priest said impatiently. Instantly, the inside became completely silent. Yang Dingtian could even hear the sound of rapid breathing. Then, there was a flurry of movements inside. She was definitely choosing good-looking clothes. Hurry up. No matter what clothes you wear, you won't look good. The fox demon high priest said coldly. Yang Dingtian really felt sad for the fox demon high priest's crush. Indeed, very quickly, the stone door was opened. What entered Yang Dingtian's eyes was a very tall and muscular woman. It was actually a woman, but she was really more manly than a man. If not for the fact that she was wearing a woman's clothes, Yang Dingtian really could not tell. However, when she wore a woman's long dress, it was really out of place. She was really too muscular. She was even more valiant than a man. Also, she had a square face with sharp edges. Maybe when the heavens created her, they suddenly took a nap. It should have been a man, but in the end, it created a woman. Also, when facing the fox demon now, she was actually filled with awkwardness and uneasiness. It was as if she did not have anywhere to put her hands and feet. Also, she did not dare to look at the fox demon's eyes. She kept staring at the ground. The fox demon high priest's crush was actually a woman. They were actually in a homosexual relationship. And it was also very trendy. This dress is very ugly. If we go out together, it will be very embarrassing. You should wear a man's clothes. The fox demon high priest said. When these words came out, the other party almost cried. But she immediately turned around and went in. Then, she ran back and closed the door. The fox demon high priest had a devilish figure, but she did not care about being seen by Yang Dingtian. And the woman in front of him was even more muscular than a man, but she was very shy. After a moment, she came out again. Indeed, she was wearing a black armor. Not bad. The fox demon high priest said, "Let's go. Follow me out." Indeed, the eyes of the muscular fox demon high priest lit up. She nodded excitedly and did not ask where they were going. People who had a crush, as expected, their IQ was negative. Even if they were sold, they still wanted to help count the money. Yang Dingtian bowed to her and said, "May I know your name, madam?" The muscular fox demon high priest stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. It was filled with coldness and even hostility. She completely ignored him. "She is called Yao Jing," the fox demon high priest said. Then, after thinking for a while, she returned to her room. She picked the biggest mask and passed it to Yao Jing. The tall and sturdy demon fox woman's hands were trembling. This was probably the first time she received a gift from someone she liked. "Wear it. Don't let others see your face," the fox demon high priest said. When these words came out, the other party's eyes turned red again. Tears were about to fall. He could not tell that such a muscular woman actually had a heart of glass. Then, just like that, Yang Dingtian led the two sage experts and left Mount Buzhou High Priest Association. Very quickly, the three of them arrived at the intersection of Mount Buzhou and the torn space. Yang Dingtian said, "Madam Fox Demon High Priest, I may have to trouble you to enter my space ring." "Sure." The Fox Demon High Priest did not feel wronged. Instead, she was very excited. "Your Excellency Yao Jing, I will bring Madam Fox Demon High Priest over first. Please wait here for a while. I will come and fetch you later," Yang Dingtian said. "Humph." Yao Jing turned her face away. She still did not look at Yang Dingtian with a pleasant expression. Yang Dingtian placed the Fox Demon High Priest into the space ring. Then, he created a space door. At this moment, the Fox Demon High Priest looked at Yang Dingtian in a new light. Yang Dingtian jumped through the space door and entered the torn space. Then, he called out the Fox Demon High Priest from the space ring. At this moment, the Fox Demon High Priest's face was flushed red. It was as if she was not satisfied with this fantasy trip and wanted to do it again. Yang Dingtian opened the space door and jumped back to Mount Buzhou. However, looking at such a muscular fox demon high priest, Yang Dingtian was in a difficult position. Because the space ring was only about 1 cubic meter. However, the fox demon high priest in front of him was at least 2 meters tall. He could not fit such a huge body. Moreover, her body was so muscular, unlike the fox demon high priest's slender body. It seemed like it could not be bent. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel troubled. Madame Yao Jing, can you shrink your body? My spatial ring probably won't be able to fit it. Hearing this, fox demon high priest's face was filled with anger. She could not help but want to beat Yang Dingtian up. Her face, her body, they were the pain in her heart. No one could mention it. Because of this, she had fought countless times in the High Priest Association. Now, Yang Dingtian mentioned it again. However, thinking that her goddess was on the other side, she gritted her teeth angrily and closed her eyes. Gotcha! Suddenly, her body started to shrink. She actually shrank to about 1.7 meters tall. Not only did her length shrink, but her width also shrank. Now, he looked like a valiant man. Then, under her furious gaze, Yang Dingtian put her into the space ring. Then, he used the dark mystic flame to create a dark vortex and isolated a space. The mystic flame collided and created a space door. Finally, he brought Fox Demon High Priest and jumped into the torn space. A few hours later, Yang Dingtian once again led 2 saint-level experts out of the torn space and entered the human kingdom. The Fox Demon High Priest was extremely excited. This was her first time entering the world of the human kingdom. Everything was extremely new to her. The 3 of them looked at the scenery below as they flew towards Cloud Sky City. In the Empire of Darkness, Queen Devil Queen and Dishi Bian had just returned from the Underworld Empire. Because the Empire of Darkness was no longer safe, they brought Dongfang Bingling to the Underworld Empire's sky-reaching pavilion and imprisoned her. That place was currently out of Yang Dingtian's reach. There were a total of 5 people in the sky-reaching palace of the sky-reaching imperial capital. Saint-level experts, Queen Devil Queen, Dishi Bian, Wolingzi. Saint-level experts, Princely Ming, Wu Daozi of the Vulture Palace. In this battle, we will take back the door to the human kingdom and open the Little Western Paradise. We will completely reverse the situation of the evil ways. Princely Ming said, in the Little Western Paradise, we have countless saint-level and saint-level experts. As long as we open the Little Western Paradise, we will instantly turn the tables. The entire Council of Light will be vulnerable. In this battle, we have to give it our all. Other than Yang Dingtian, we can kill everyone. Princely Ming said sternly. Everyone could be killed. The Mermaid Queen and Wu Yu could be killed. Yes. The few of them shouted. Let's go. Princely Ming ordered. Instantly, the 5 of them flew out of the sky-reaching imperial capital like lightning. An hour later, the 5 of them flew out of the Empire of Darkness and towards the Taboo Continent Sea region. The battle for the door to the human kingdom was about to erupt. Chapter 1040. At this time, it was already night. The 2 moons in the sky were bright and shining on the earth. The 5 people from the evil ways silently flew towards the Forbidden Continent Sea area. It was silent. Even at this time, Princely Ming's heart was still trembling with determination. In order to defeat Yang Dingtian, in order to take back the gate of the human kingdom, he even gave up his most beloved woman. Dongfang Bingling, whose will and soul had been liberated, was different from what he had imagined. She almost didn't say anything, nor did she show any emotion, nor did she blame him at all. It was as if she was no different from the previous Princess Mu Dan. Whether it was being imprisoned in the energy prison or being brought to the Underworld Empire, she didn't show any resistance or abnormality. But Princely Ming knew that he had lost this beloved woman forever. All these sacrifices were for this battle, to take back the gate of the human kingdom. From here, the gate of the human kingdom was very far away, at least tens of thousands of miles. The 5 of them had to fly for a day and a night. Just like this, the 5 of them flew over the northern land, flew over the northwest continent, and entered the western sea. Finally, after a full day and a night, they were less than 2,000 miles away from the Forbidden Continent sea area. The 5 of them temporarily stopped, sat cross-legged in a circle, and began to cultivate to restore the energy in their bodies to the maximum, and then enter this most crucial battle. Devil Queen, where did the mysterious saint-level expert by Yang Dingtian's side come from? Queen Devil Queen asked. Queen Devil Queen shook her head. Princely Ming asked, then what about Dongfang Bingling in the future? Queen Devil Queen said, you decide, everything will be centered on the interests of the evil ways. Queen Devil Queen nodded. 2 hours passed. The 5 of them recovered their celestial chi to the maximum, and then flew towards the Forbidden Continent sea area entrance at the fastest speed. They were very fast, and in less than 2 hours, they had already arrived at the Forbidden Continent sea area. Then, he saw 3 saint-level experts. The Mermaid Queen Violets, Wuxia, and the mysterious saint rank expert in the mermaid uniform. However, there was no sign of Yang Dingtian. Queen Devil Queen's group of 5 spread out in the air, forming a pentagon and surrounding the 3 in the center. Looking at the Mermaid Queen and seeing that her lower abdomen was slightly protruding, the Queen Devil Queen couldn't help but be stunned. You're pregnant. The Mermaid Queen nodded and said, if I'm not wrong, it might be another Naga. The Queen Devil Queen stared at her stomach for a long time, then looked at Nehru and said, I have never seen your face before. This battle will determine life and death. Please reveal your identity. Nehru shook her head but didn't say anything. The Queen Devil Queen didn't mind. Her gaze was still on the Mermaid Queen Violet's stomach. Then she said, then, I'm sorry. Then, her soul sword magic staff flew out. The remaining 4 experts of evil ways drew their weapons one after another. Don't show mercy. Kill them all. Princely Ming said. Whoosh 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 whoosh, then, the 5 experts of evil ways suddenly turned into 5 rays of light and shot toward Nehru and the other 2. As for Nehru and the other 2, the sword light in their hands burst out in an instant and slashed out fiercely. Boom, a light as bright as day completely covered the 2 moons. Below, the sea surface hundreds of miles away suddenly set off shocking waves. The light hadn't dissipated yet. Wu Daozi's body instantly turned into ashes. Princely Ming's body also turned into ashes. A huge hole suddenly appeared in the center of the Queen Devil Queen's beautiful body, and her entire body was completely pierced. And Dishi Bian and Wolingzi were covered in blood. A battle of this level completely started in an instant and ended in an instant. The 5 people of evil ways were defeated in an instant. Then, the invisible Yang Dingtian directly revealed his figure. Beside him, there was an extremely enchanting sea serpent clan woman in tight clothes and a tall and burly man with a sea serpent mask. On Yang Dingtian's side, there were a total of 6 people, 5 of which were saint-level experts. In terms of martial arts strength, they completely crushed the evil ways. Princely Ming's body gradually recovered. He looked at Yang Dingtian's figure in disbelief and looked at the 2 people beside him. How was this possible? How could this be? Where did Yang Dingtian get saint-level experts? There was already a mysterious saint-level expert before, and now 2 appeared all of a sudden. Were they cabbages? They kept coming. For this battle, in order to take back the door to the human kingdom, he had paid such a huge sacrifice. He had lost the woman he loved the most forever just for this battle. He had thought that this time, not only would he be able to take back the door to the human kingdom, but he would also be able to kill at least 2 of Yang Dingtian's saint-level experts. However, The laughable thing was that the entire battle, from beginning to end, did not exceed a minute. From the beginning to the end, it did not exceed half a minute. Ha 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 ha, Princely Ming really could not help but laugh wildly. The first great doomsday battle ended in just over a month. The second great doomsday battle, from beginning to end, did not exceed half a day. These two battles dealt a fatal blow to the Queen Devil Queen, so much so that she handed over the power of the evil ways. And when it was Princely Ming's turn to take power, the Viper operation was defeated. Not only did they not achieve their goal, but they also lost Wuxia. And the second time, he burned his boats and lost his woman forever. The battle in the Taboo Continent Sea area that he was bound to win ended in just half a minute. This was really the biggest joke in the world, the biggest joke in the world. Heavens, why are you so unfair? Why do you love Yang Dingtian so much? Princely Ming really felt that his heart was collapsing and being destroyed. Yang Dingtian, really invincible. Was he really the child of destiny? Suddenly, Princely Ming, who could no longer bear it, suddenly spurted blood and directly fell from the sky. And Yang Dingtian suddenly used the soul sword. Whoosh 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 whoosh, in an instant, countless huge sword souls shot out. Suddenly, Princely Ming was torn to pieces and turned into ashes. Then, countless sword souls formed a huge energy prison, completely enveloping Princely Ming's evil spirit soul. Yang Dingtian not only wanted to thwart the evil ways plan to seize the door to the human kingdom, but also capture Princely Ming. What did he want to capture him for? In exchange for Dongfang Bingling. Seeing Princely Ming being captured, Queen Devil Queen and Dishi Bian both rushed forward like lightning. Wu Daozi hesitated for a moment and also rushed forward. Yang Dingtian's countless Naga royalty sword souls quickly circled around. Wu Daozi had just touched it, and in an instant, he was completely turned into ashes. And Dishi Bian, who had just touched it, her beautiful body was instantly cut into pieces. Even Queen Devil Queen was dripping with blood. Give up, Your Majesty Devil Queen. Yang Dingtian slowly said, let Princely Ming become my prisoner. He is no longer of much use to you. The Devil Queen's dead concubine smiled sadly at Yang Dingtian. Whoosh, then, her soul sword suddenly shot out countless sword souls, crazily stabbing at Yang Dingtian's sword soul prison. Swish 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 swish, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of magic wand sword souls crazily attacked Yang Dingtian's sword soul prison. At this time, several saint-level experts on Yang Dingtian's side attacked the people of evil ways with all their strength. However, Queen Devil Queen and the others had already stopped fighting back. Shi, Dishi Bian, Wu Daozi, and the others glanced at each other. Then, they began their suicidal attacks. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Queen Devil Queen took the lead and suddenly turned into an incomparably powerful saint-level energy. With the fastest speed, she slammed into Yang Dingtian's sword soul prison. Boom 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 boom, first, Queen Devil Queen's suicidal bombardment. Then, Dishi Bian, Wolingzi, and finally, Wu Daozi. After each collision, their bodies were all instantly turned into ashes. Then, they condensed and recovered in the air. Then, there was another crazy collision. As for Yang Dingtian, he had discovered something extremely terrifying. That was, under this crazy suicidal attack, the energy of his Naga royalty demon core was rapidly consumed. This level of consumption completely exceeded the time when he killed the Legion of Doom. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that countless profound chi energy was flowing out crazily. And Devil Queen and the others were still extremely determined, completely ignoring the attacks of the other saint-level experts of the Council of Light. Wave after wave of suicidal attacks were launched. They wanted to tear a hole in Yang Dingtian's sword soul prison and rescue Princely Ming. Seeing this scene, seeing that Queen Devil Queen and the others were so determined, Yang Dingtian was really stunned. Then, he understood that this was already a battle of dignity. Evil ways would rescue Prince Li Ming even if they had to give up everything. And the energy of his soul's sword was rapidly being consumed. The energy in the Naga royalty demon core was completely disposable. Once it was used up, his soul's sword would be useless. And the powerful Naga royalty sword soul was about to disappear. He took a deep breath. Although he was very unwilling, Ong Dingtian suddenly withdrew the Naga royalty sword soul. At this time, Prince Li Ming, who was inside, was also bombarding desperately. At this time, after Yang Dingtian's Naga royalty sword soul prison was removed, he suddenly shot into the sky like a meteor. And at the same time, the remaining 4 people of evil ways were also like meteors, shooting into the sky. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Devil Queen and the others gradually recovered their bodies. Then, both sides were silent. Exchanging Prince Li Ming for Dongfang Bingling was a very good plan. However, under the determination of evil ways, this plan could not be completed. No matter how unwilling Yang Dingtian was, he could not complete it. Sect Master Yang Dingtian, in this battle, Li Ming asked for humiliation. I've let you see a joke. Prince Li Ming looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time, then bowed deeply. Yang Dingtian returned the bow and said, I don't dare. Then, I'll take my leave. Prince Li Ming bowed and said, we'll meet again someday. We'll meet again. Yang Dingtian said. Chapter 1041. Prince Li Ming and the 5 members of the evil ways left just like that. When they left, Prince Li Ming was already very calm, so calm that Yang Dingtian was a little afraid of him. After the evil ways left, the defense of the Forbidden Continent Sea region increased. In the end, Neru, Wuyu, Fox Demon, and Yao Jing all stayed. They believed that with this strength, the evil ways would not be able to break through. Yang Dingtian asked Wuyu, what do you think the evil ways will do next? Will they stop and wait for the demon king Wentian to return? Or will they prepare for the next wave of attack? Wuyu said, logically speaking, after the evil ways suffered a series of failures, they should do nothing and wait for the demon king Wentian to return. But most of the time, people can't do things logically, right? Yang Dingtian nodded. Especially when Yang Dingtian wanted to imprison Li Ming, the evil ways experts showed their determination, and when the evil ways left, Prince Li Ming's calmness. Yang Dingtian could feel that Prince Li Ming seemed to have given up on all emotions, honor, and disgrace, and was completely determined to fight to the death. Therefore, he would definitely not let the matter rest just like that. After returning to the Empire of Darkness, everyone fell into silence. For a full hour, no one spoke. Prince Li Ming paid such a huge price, but still suffered the greatest failure, and he almost fell into a trap. However, whether it was the Devil Queen or the others, no one blamed him. What do we do next? Do we just give up and wait for the Demon King to return? Or do we continue to fight to the death? Prince Li Ming asked. Devil Queen said, if we're smart enough, we should just give up like that. But I'm not willing, are you willing? No one was willing to accept this. Prince Li Ming said, if we continue to fight, how will we fight? That's right, how could he fight? He had already exhausted all his means. There was nothing he could do. Prince Li Ming said, is it possible to exchange Dongfang Bingling for the gateway to the human kingdom? Devil Queen shook her head. That was impossible. Yang Dingtian was not the kind of person who would give up his work for personal reasons. Previously, when he had offered to exchange Dongli for Mu Dan, he had used a very resolute method to refuse. Suddenly, Devil Queen looked at Di Shibian. Di Shibian's look suddenly changed as he said, impossible, absolutely impossible. The Devil Queen's eye was very simple. It was to use the Empire's undead to create new evil ways for saint-level powerhouses. This idea was too crazy. Ghost Emperor Wentian would definitely not agree. First, was it possible to use powerful undead to create saint-level human experts? It was possible. There were two prerequisites. First, the undead's hell magic crystal had to be refined into energy essence that could be directly devoured. Second, the transformed human martial artist had to have a strong sea of qi and xian meridians. Otherwise, his entire body would explode before he reached saint-level cultivation. Coincidentally, there were both evil ways for these two prerequisites. Ghost Emperor Wentian could refine hell magic crystals. As for evil spirit martial artists, they would definitely not be able to break through to saint level with their own xian meridians. However, they had evil spirit energy in their bodies that could transform and protect their xian meridians and sea of qi. It was possible, but the consumption of hell magic crystals was very, 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 very shocking. It seemed impossible. Ghost Emperor Wentian would definitely not agree. Because this was different from Wolingzi and Dishibian. These two had the netherworld ghost fire in their bodies, so they could directly devour hell magic crystals, and the energy efficiency was much higher. As for other human martial artists, they could only break through to saint level by devouring hell magic crystals. This way, the consumption of hell magic crystals was an astronomical figure. And these hell magic crystals all came from the powerful undead, Shura. These undead and Shura were the foundation of Ghost Emperor Wentian's life. Last time, in order to help the Queen Devil Queen, Ghost Emperor Wentian had lost nearly half of his undead monarchs and overlords. This had already caused him so much heartache that he almost vomited blood. Moreover, in order to help Wolingzi and Dishi Bien break through to saint level, he had consumed a lot. If he still wanted to let other evil ways break through to saint level, Ghost Emperor Wentian would definitely fall out with him. 200 years later, he still wanted to devour all the undead and Shura in order to break through to an unprecedented realm. If he consumed everything, then how could he, Ghost Emperor Wentian, still have a future? It could be said that if anyone dared to mention this matter to Wentian, he would be completely enraged and lose his rationality. Queen Devil Queen said, "Do you think that Yang Dingtian still has a chance to obtain saint-level experts?" No one would know about this matter. Prince Li Ming said, "If Yang Dingtian is unable to obtain saint-level experts in a short period of time, then we will fight a different battle. We will no longer fight for the human kingdom gate. Instead, we will completely disregard everything and directly charge into the Great Hall of Heads. And if Yong Shi is sufficiently prepared, the moment we enter, his saint-level experts will definitely surge out." Queen Devil Queen nodded and said, "He will definitely do so. Because according to the course of events, the world-ending war should have ended long ago. We should have long sent people into the Little Western Paradise for a meeting. However, we did not do so. It is easy to guess that we have encountered trouble. We have lost the human kingdom gate. Therefore, he will definitely arrange for enough experts to enter the Great Hall of Heads. As long as we charge and regardless of the cost, many experts of the Fox clan will rush out and enter the human kingdom gate." Everyone present recalled the scene that had occurred that day. When Prince Li Ming was trapped, the remaining evil ways experts crazily launched suicidal attacks. Time and time again, they shattered their bodies and shattered their bones as they bombarded Yang Dingtian's Naga royalty sword soul prison. In the end, they forced Yang Dingtian to give up on his plan to imprison Prince Li Ming. If such suicidal attacks were used to attack the human kingdom gate, wouldn't the power be just as great? Prince Li Ming said, "If, with the current situation of both sides, we have a total of 3 saint-level experts on our side, would it be possible for us to succeed?" Queen Devil Queen shook her head and said, "The other side has 5 saint-level experts, and Yang Dingtian has a saint-level sword soul. We 3 saint-level experts will not succeed. The other side's mysterious saint-level experts are very powerful. They are even stronger than me and Dishi Bien." Then, Queen Devil Queen said, "If we have 4 saint-level experts, our chances of success will greatly increase. Because Wulingzi and Dishi Bian can both clone themselves. Dishi Bian asked, Li Ming, what is your cultivation level? Prince Li Ming said, I have been a half-saint level expert for a long time. According to the Little Western Paradise's classification, I am currently at the 9th rank of the 18th step. This was a long time ago when I succeeded in cultivating in the Forbidden Continent's illusion. After that, I did not make any progress. Dishi Bian closed his eyes and began to estimate how many undead lords and undead monarchs Prince Li Ming would need to break through to the 9th rank of the 18th step. The result of the calculation made Dishi Bian gasp. Although there was only a difference of 1 rank and 1 rank, he would need about a dozen or so undead of the 19th step. And he would need at least 7 saint-level undead hell magic crystals. This price was so high that it would make one vomit blood. One had to know that in the last Great War, a considerable number of saint-level Shura experts had been completely annihilated. At this time, there were only less than 30 saint-level monarchs left in the Netherworld Ghost City. All of a sudden, in order to cultivate a saint-level expert, he would need to consume a quarter of the saint-level undead monarchs. Ghost Emperor Wentian would go crazy. At this time, the Queen Devil Queen and Prince Li Ming both looked at Dishi Bian. Dishi Bian said, this has nothing to do with me. If you think it's okay, go and talk to His Majesty the Ghost Emperor. An hour later. The Queen Devil Queen, Dishi Bian, and Prince Li Ming flew out of the Empire of Darkness and flew in the direction of the Underworld Empire. There was no doubt that this was an extremely difficult negotiation for them. This was completely tantamount to cutting flesh from Ghost Emperor Wentian's body. At this time, in the sky above the Forbidden Continent sea area, Yang Dingtian still hadn't left. In Yang Dingtian's mind, the scene of the Evil Ways experts launching their suicidal attacks appeared again. What if the Evil Ways no longer fight for the human kingdom's gate, but forcefully attack? Yang Dingtian suddenly said. Nero began to calculate the area of the Forbidden Continent's sea area. Then, she closed her eyes and began to calculate, if the other side still has 3 saint-level experts, we can still stop them. But if there's one more, it will be very difficult for us to stop them. Because the other side's Dishi Bian and Wulingzi can both create true clones. Then, Nero asked, is it possible for them to have one more saint-level expert? Yang Dingtian said, it's very difficult, but it's not impossible. This means that Ghost Emperor Wentian will lose a lot of blood, and the loss will be incomparably huge. I think it will be very difficult for Ghost Emperor Wentian to agree. Wu Qiong said, don't underestimate Wentian's infatuation with Nihility Piao Ling. The one on the throne of darkness has already become cold and emotionless, but the other Wentians are still filled with charisma. Yang Dingtian thought of that Wentian in New Naga. He was indeed filled with charisma. Yang Dingtian even had his arm around his shoulder and drank with him, as if they were close friends. Wu Qiong said, then, can we still invite saint-level experts from the High Priest Association? Nero couldn't help but look at the Demon Fox High Priest, because her position in the High Priest Association was very low. The Demon Fox High Priest said, I came here because I had nothing to do, because I just finished a research. Moreover, Yang Dingtian has been with me for hundreds of years in the illusionary realm, and we are already like family. As for Yao Jing, it's all because of me. It's a pity that I don't have such a crazy lover in Buzhou Mountain. When she said this, the tall and sturdy Yao Jing seemed to be somewhat proud, but also somewhat ashamed. If they wanted to get a saint-level expert from the Little Western Paradise Association, they would have to go through High Priest Huo Wu. However, Huo Wu still had to prioritize the interests of the High Priest Association. Everyone in the High Priest Association valued their research as much as their own lives. It was obviously very difficult for them to put down their research to help a human like Yang Dingtian. Moreover, although Huo Wu valued Yang Dingtian, she definitely didn't value him as much as the Demon Fox. After all, Yang Dingtian and the Demon Fox had been together for hundreds of years, and this time was even longer than that of a husband and wife. As a result, the demon fox high priest didn't wear clothes in front of Yang Dingtian most of the time, but the two of them didn't have any intention to do anything. Therefore, unless it involved the life and death of the Little Western Paradise or the life and death of the High Priest Association. Otherwise, it seemed impossible to get the help of a saint-level expert from the High Priest Association. In this way, if the evil ways had another saint-level expert and launched a suicide attack, then the human kingdom's gate would be lost. At that time, countless demon fox experts would surge out of the skull hall. The entire situation would be reversed in an instant. This situation seemed to be unsolvable at the moment. However, it would be very difficult for the evil ways to have another saint-level expert in a short period of time. Ghost Emperor Wentian probably wouldn't agree so easily. Therefore, Yang Dingtian still had some time to deal with this situation. Neru suddenly said, "The key to the Little Western Paradise is to give up forever and ask the heavens. As long as we get rid of him, we'll be done once and for all. The entire Little Western Paradise is no longer an enemy, but an ally." That's right, the key was to give up forever and ask the heavens. No matter how many people he had in the Little Western Paradise Alliance, or how many experts he had under his control, as long as he died, they would all be destroyed. And Neru was one of the most outstanding chairmen in the history of the Little Western Paradise. Whether it was in terms of cultivation or experience, she surpassed Yongxi. Moreover, she had the High Priest Association behind her. If Yongxi Wentian was eliminated, Neru would be able to control the situation in the Little Western Paradise. As for his father-in-law, the Shadow Spear Patriarch, Demon Wrath II, he was bent on making his daughter, Jia, the next speaker. Then, his grandson would have enough time to grow into a demigod and then unify the entire Western Paradise for generations to come. What Yongxi Wentian could give, Neru could also give. As long as there were enough benefits, this cheap father-in-law of his would sell out anything. Therefore, as long as Yongxi Wentian was eliminated, the problem of the Little Western Paradise would be completely solved, and they wouldn't have to worry about the human kingdom's gate being lost. However, whether it was eliminating Yongxi Wentian or taking control of the Little Western Paradise, it would take time. At the very least, he couldn't let the evil ways have another saint-level expert in the short term, and he couldn't let the evil ways succeed in taking over the Skull Hall. Was there a way to stall for time? Could he stall the evil ways? Of course there was. Yang Dingtian would propose a trade. As long as Yang Dingtian proposed this trade, the evil ways would temporarily give up on paying a huge price to let Li Ming become a saint-level expert. However, if Yang Dingtian wanted to enter the Little Western Paradise and eliminate Yongxi Wentian, then his cultivation would have to be greatly improved. Therefore, he had to think of a way to refine the huge amount of hell magic crystals he had obtained in the last undead war into energy essence. Who knew how much Yang Dingtian would be able to break through after absorbing the energy essence? Chapter 1042. Within the Tower of Babel in the Ghost City, Ghost Emperor Wentian heard Princely Ming's request, and his flaming face instantly distorted. Then, he fell into a deathly silence. After a long time, he almost let out a shrill roar, "What do you think I am? What do you think I am?" His voice was not only angry, but also sad. For the sake of Queen Devil Queen, he, Ghost Emperor Wentian, had already paid a huge sacrifice. Now, he even wanted to use his undead lord and undead monarch to help Li Ming break through to the saint level. What did this group of people want to do? Why did this group of people have to do this? On what basis? These undead lords and undead monarchs were the foundation of his life after 200 years. Was this how Nihility Piao Ling, as his lover, treated him? So, in that instant of anger and sadness, Ghost Emperor Wentian almost lost his mind. After Ghost Emperor Wentian roared, the whole place suddenly fell into silence. Prince Li Ming directly knelt there, motionless. As for the infernal queen, dead concubine, she stood there expressionlessly. Finally, Ghost Emperor Wentian gradually calmed down, and slowly said, why must you do this? Can't you wait for that person from the throne of darkness to come back? Queen Devil Queen suddenly said coldly, you keep saying that person from the throne of darkness, who are you? Aren't you the Demon King Wentian? Aren't you our supreme leader? Are you just a bystander? When these words came out, Ghost Emperor Wentian couldn't help but be stunned. Queen Devil Queen said, you keep saying 200 years later, 200 years later, do you think you still have 200 years later if you let Yang Dingtian develop like this? In less than 10 years, your underworld empire will be gone. Impossible, Ghost Emperor Wentian said, no matter how powerful Yang Dingtian is, he can't do anything to the empire of darkness. Queen Devil Queen said, what if he brings countless lightning things into your underworld empire? Impossible. Ghost Emperor Wentian shouted again. Queen Devil Queen said, this is what he said himself. As long as he is willing, he can move countless lightning bolts into the underworld empire at any time. It's just that he doesn't have any direct conflict with you right now, so he didn't do anything to you. These words instantly struck Ghost Emperor Wentian's sore spot. The Demon King Wentian, the ruler of the underworld empire, actually had to rely on Yang Dingtian's pity. This was the biggest absurdity in the world. Although he didn't need to breathe anymore, Ghost Emperor Wentian still took a deep breath, and then slowly said, what do you plan to do? Queen Devil Queen said, let Princely Ming break through to the Saint rank. Then all the Saint rank experts will continuously launch suicidal attacks into the Hall of Skulls until they rush into the Hall of Skulls. At that time, the experts of the Little Western Paradise who stayed in the Hall of Skulls will surge out, and we will be able to reverse the situation in an instant. Not only can we catch all the higher-ups of the Council of Light in one fell swoop, but we can also completely capture Yang Dingtian. The Demon King Wentian muttered to himself. This plan was indeed possible. Don't tell me that you won't succeed in attacking the Hall of Skulls now. Ghost Emperor Wentian asked. Queen Devil Queen said, Yang Dingtian not only has the sword soul of the Naga royalty, but also 5 Saint rank experts, which is just enough to block all of us. As long as we all have a Saint rank expert, we can succeed. The Demon King Wentian fell into a fierce struggle. To let Li Ming break through to the Saint rank, they needed a considerable number of 19th rank undead lords, and at least 7 Saint rank undead lords. This price was really asking for his life. After a long time, Ghost Emperor Wentian said, you all go back first, I will think about it carefully. I will definitely give you a reply in a few days. Then, Ghost Emperor Wentian said, is there no other way? Is there no other way? Queen Devil Queen thought for a while, and said, if it was before, we could still fight for our lives. But now, there is no more chance. Ghost Emperor Wentian said, how can we fight for our lives? Queen Devil Queen said, in Little Western Paradise, there are actually a few abyssal fissures that will open at fixed times. The former chairman of Little Western Paradise, Yao Qi, fell for Yong Shi's plan and jumped into one of these abyssal fissures and died. And these abyssal fissures are small abyssal borders, the border between Little Western Paradise and the Dark Realm. They are connected to each other. So, we can jump into Little Western Paradise from the first Dark Realm through these abyssal fissures. However, we must have the void-splitting fire, otherwise, even a Saint rank expert will die without a doubt. And among us, only Dongli has the void-splitting fire, but he is now dead. Ghost Emperor Wentian knew about Dongli's death, and he was very surprised by Yang Dingtian's decisiveness. Ghost Emperor Wentian said, Yang Dingtian also has the void-splitting fire, does he know that we can enter Little Western Paradise through the void-splitting fire? Queen Devil Queen said, he shouldn't know, and he doesn't know about the distribution of the dark fissures in Little Western Paradise. There were still more than 50 days before the next void fissure would open. Only Yong Shi and I know the location of this void-splitting fire. Ghost Emperor Wentian sighed, that's a pity, otherwise we could enter Little Western Paradise without any effort. Princely Ming said, this is my fault. When I exchanged Mu Dan for Dongli, I thought that Yang Dingtian would have no choice but to agree. But I didn't expect that Yang Dingtian would be so decisive, directly killing Dongli. Ghost Emperor Wentian said, "Are you sure that Yang Dingtian really killed Dongli?" Prince Li Ming nodded. At the junction of the Dark Kingdom and the void-splitting fire, we found a mixture of dark matter devouring first-class evil spirits. Ghost Emperor Wentian's flame face twitched. Then he said helplessly, "Okay, you go back first, let me think about it, I will give you a reply in a few days." Prince Li Ming kowtowed, "Yes." Queen Devil Queen looked deeply at Ghost Emperor Wentian, and then took Prince Li Ming back to the Empire of Darkness. When Queen Devil Queen and the others returned to the Empire of Darkness, they found a few large words written at the entrance of the Empire of Darkness. "See you at the old place, Yang Dingtian." Seeing this scene, Prince Li Ming and Queen Devil Queen couldn't help but be stunned. Yang Dingtian actually took the initiative to meet Li Ming. This was really strange. What was he trying to do? Although Wulingzi was in the Empire of Darkness, Queen Devil Queen still only took Dishi Bian and Li Ming to the negotiation pavilion in the Land of Chaos. More than 2 hours later, in the pavilion, they saw Yang Dingtian, Violets, and that mysterious saint-rank expert. "Yang Dingtian, what can I do for you?" Prince Li Ming asked. Yang Dingtian replied, "I'm here to make a deal with your excellency." Prince Li Ming's eyebrows twitched as he said, "You and I have nothing to trade at this time. You have no bargaining chips in your hands." Yang Dingtian replied, "Li Ming, when you proposed to exchange Dongfang Bingling for Dongli, I refused in anger. Now that I've calmed down, I think this deal can be done, so I'm taking the initiative to exchange Dongli for Dongfang Bingling." When these words came out, Prince Li Ming and Queen Devil Queen almost jumped up. Wasn't Dongli already dead? How could they still make a deal? Yang Dingtian replied, "You must be saying that Dongli is already dead, so how can we make a deal? In fact, Dongli isn't dead." Prince Li Ming's eyes turned cold as he said, "Yang Dingtian, what's the point of doing this? If Dongli isn't dead, then what is that thing at the junction of the spatial tear and the Empire of Darkness?" Yang Dingtian sighed and said, that is a mixture of brother nether and the dark matter that perished together." When these words came out, Prince Li Ming and Queen Devil Queen's expressions changed dramatically. After a dark spirit was swallowed by the dark matter, it would not disappear from the evil spirit tree. Therefore, Dongli's face did not disappear from Queen Devil Queen's primeval evil spirit tree. From this point, it seemed that it was impossible to determine whether Dongli was dead or alive. After a dark spirit and the dark matter perished together, it would enter a very strange state. Life was not like life, death was not like death, it was like an eternal struggle. Yang Dingtian said, "Actually, at that time, I did want to directly throw Dongli into the dark matter. But when I thought of using him to exchange for Dongfang Bingling, who had truly recovered her will, I let him live. Tens of thousands of miles away, I drilled deep into the dark matter and transplanted the mixture of brother nether and the dark matter to the boundary between the spatial tear and the Empire of Darkness. At this point, the Devil Queen, dead concubine, and Crown Prince Li Ming began to tremble. If this was the case, what did it mean? It meant that they had been fooled by Yang Dingtian. Prince Li Ming had always thought that he had completely crushed Yang Dingtian in terms of intelligence and means. He had completely looked down on Yang Dingtian in terms of intelligence. In the end, he had been fooled. This was a great humiliation. Suddenly, Prince Li Ming's voice changed. He said in a trembling voice, "Yang Dingtian, do you think we are 3-year-old children?" Yang Dingtian took out an echo jade and handed it over. Prince Li Ming injected a stream of mystical energy and immediately saw an image. The entire image was very simple. Yang Dingtian pulled Dongli out of the spatial displacement. Although he was muddle-headed and absent-minded, he could tell at a glance that this was Dongli. Moreover, there were a few words in the image. "See you at the usual place, Yang Dingtian." The background of this image was at the entrance of the Empire of Darkness. Obviously, this was just recorded with the Echo Jade. It was definitely not recorded before. That's right, Dongli was indeed not dead. Yang Dingtian had ruthlessly tricked Li Ming and slapped him in the face in terms of intelligence. Suddenly, Prince Li Ming's breathing became rapid and heavy. His eyes were wide open, as if he wanted to devour someone. At this time, the shame and anger in Li Ming's heart were completely indescribable. He really wanted to rush up and immediately perish together with Yang Dingtian. Using a line from a movie on Earth, not only did you insult my character, but you also insulted my intelligence. How smart was he, Li Ming, but he actually took such a big tumble. At that time, why didn't he suspect that this was Wu Yoming's skeleton? Because he had completely lost his sense of propriety. He was completely shocked by the thunderous news that Yang Dingtian had killed Dongli. Moreover, he had failed again and again, so he was no longer calm and wise. Therefore, he had lost so much face and suffered such a big loss. Yang Dingtian said, Li Ming, before, you spent so much effort to exchange Bing Ling for Dongli. This time, I took the initiative to propose, so you should be more than happy to do so. Prince Li Ming really wanted to vomit blood. This was the same thing. Previously, he had used Princess Mu Dan to exchange for Dongli. It was to let the evil ways have another saint-level expert, and to control Wolingzi. Moreover, the one that was handed to Yang Dingtian was not Dongfang Bingling, but Princess Mu Dan, who was a ticking time bomb. And now, he, Li Ming, had paid a huge sacrifice and lost the opportunity to have Dongfang Bingling forever. He took the first-class evil spirit out of Bing Ling's body and placed it on Wolingzi. At this time, Bing Ling was already a complete Dongfang Bingling. Once she was handed over to Yang Dingtian, she would never come back. How could there be such a good thing in the world? If Prince Li Ming agreed, it would be a complete loss, and he would completely become a clown, played in the palm of Yang Dingtian's hand. Prince Li Ming's chest kept rising and falling, as if his whole body was about to explode. He opened his eyes wide, as if his eye sockets were about to tear, and said coldly, Yang Dingtian, are you treating me like a clown? Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, of course not, in fact, this deal is very cost-effective for you. After all, the current Dongfang Bingling is useless to you, her heart will never belong to you. Dongli is different, not only does he have a first-class evil spirit, he also has the void-splitting fire. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Prince Li Ming suddenly stood up, his expression ferocious, as if he was about to choose someone to devour, and roared, don't force me to perish with you now, either the fish dies or the net splits. At this time, Prince Li Ming had completely lost his mind. He had never lost his composure like this before. Queen Devil Queen couldn't help but say, Li Ming, the enemy will only be more arrogant with your actions. As soon as these words came out, Prince Li Ming forced himself to gradually calm down. Then, he stared at Yang Dingtian and said word by word, Yang Dingtian, even if it is for my dignity, I will not agree to your conditions. You want to take back Dongfang Bingling, it is completely a dream, unless what you take back is a corpse. Then, Prince Li Ming turned and left. Yang Dingtian said behind him, Li Ming, you are not calm enough now. I will give you time. Our deal will be valid for a very long time. After a period of time, when you are calm enough, I will look for you again. Prince Li Ming said coldly, Yang Dingtian, don't force me to kill Dongfang Bingling. Or rape her first and then kill her. Then, Prince Li Ming disappeared without a trace, and Queen Devil Queen and Dishi Bian quickly chased after him, disappearing from Yang Dingtian's sight. Did Yang Dingtian really want to use Dongli to exchange for Dongfang Bingling? At least not now. Yang Dingtian knew that the void cracks could lead to Little Western Paradise from the first Dark Realm. The locations of these void cracks and the time they would open were all clearly recorded in the High Priest Association's library. Exchanging Dongli was the same as letting the evil ways enter Little Western Paradise. This was impossible. Yang Dingtian's purpose in proposing this deal was only to stall for time, to give Ghost Emperor Wentian enough reason to reject Queen Devil Queen's suggestion. If he wanted to delay Princely Ming's breakthrough to saint rank, the evil way's suicidal plan to attack the Skull Hall would not be carried out. And there were still 50 days before the void crack opened to Little Western Paradise. Then, during this period of time, the evil ways would not be in a hurry to make a decision. During this period of time, Yang Dingtian could think of ways to enter Little Western Paradise, plan to get rid of Yongshi Wentian, and let Neru completely control Little Western Paradise. When the evil ways entered Little Western Paradise, they would find that the whole Little Western Paradise had changed color. At that time, whether it was the Devil Queen, the deceased concubine, or Crown Princely Ming, they would probably completely collapse. After leaving the pavilion, Yang Dingtian was about to go to Little Western Paradise. However, before entering Little Western Paradise, he needed to devour a large amount of undead energy essence to increase his cultivation to the maximum. But if he wanted to take out the Hell Magic Crystal from the energy box, he could only go to the Underworld Empire. And the Underworld Empire was Ghost Emperor Wentian's territory. It was too dangerous. If Yang Dingtian went there, he would only have a slim chance of survival. So, he had to think of a way to create a diversion to buy himself some time. And just at this time, the Warlock Association's mobile lightning weapon had been completed. This weapon combined a crystal power unit and a lightning launcher, and as long as it was turned on, it could automatically release lightning. If he entered the Empire of Darkness with a large number of lightning weapons, he would definitely attract the attention of the Underworld Empire, and almost all the masters would flock over. This was a perfect diversion plan. Chapter 1043. The Warlock Association created this kind of mobile lightning weapon for the purpose of attacking the Underworld Empire in the future. However, it was only used for experimentation now. But even if it was experimental, the power was very, very huge. The entire weapon device was extremely huge. It was more than 10 meters tall and dozens of meters long. Moreover, with wheels and tracks, it could basically move in complicated terrain. As for the power unit, of course, it was the crystal power unit. The previous crystal power was either used on missiles or directly spit fire from the back. It was either used on torpedoes or ships. In short, it was used in water. At first, the warlocks thought that it should be a very simple thing to change the crystal power from water to land. In the end, it was a very, very difficult and complicated thing. Moreover, after repeated arguments, it seemed that the Council of Light's need for land crystal power was not very strong. What could the ground crystal power do? Cars, self-propelled cannons, and so on. However, the Council of Light had an astronomical number of riding beasts, with a transport capacity of more than 10 tons and as small as a few tons. Not to mention the ground, even the demand for crystal power in the air was not large, because the Council of Light also had an astronomical number of flying mounts, with a transport capacity of more than 10 tons and as small as a few tons. Therefore, the ground crystal power unit had been put on the agenda many years ago, but it had always been a small category. Only a few warlocks participated, and the resources obtained were relatively small. The project of the mobile lightning weapon had become the gospel of the land crystal power unit. A large number of warlocks and a large number of resources had entered this project. These warlocks had never enjoyed such happiness. They could use as many types of crystals as they wanted. But even so, the research progress of the ground crystal power unit was still not optimistic. It was not that the power was insufficient. In fact, the power was many times stronger than the process. It was unstable, and the failure rate was super high. A land crystal power unit could run for hundreds of miles on flat ground before collapsing. On complicated ground, the experimental data had never exceeded 13 miles. Therefore, it was unknown how long it would take for a mature ground crystal power unit to be born. And the mobile lightning weapon device in front of them was such a thing. Power generation was no problem. It would not malfunction for several days and nights. Lightning was also no problem. But as long as it was placed on the ground and allowed to run on its own, within 4 to 5 li, they would collapse. Moreover, it was a supergiant beast, weighing more than a few hundred tons. It would take dozens of demon eagles to transport such a giant beast. Therefore, it was still unrealistic to use these portable lightning weapons to attack the Netherworld Empire at the moment. They had to wait until it was miniaturized. Even the warlock organizations had changed their direction and wanted to bypass the malfunction of the ground power unit and directly upgrade to the air power unit. After all, with sufficient power, it was much easier for the Council of Light to make something fly than run on the ground. But even so, the Council of Light, which was rich and powerful, had created too many crystal power units in Cloud Sky City. Therefore, there were still dozens of such land monsters. Under the leadership of the Demon Vulture King Ah-Ja, thousands of demon vultures used the heavenly demon silkworm rope to hang the mobile lightning weapon. Dozens of demon vultures were responsible for a giant beast machine. They flew in the direction of the Underworld Empire. Fortunately, all the organizations of the evil ways had been cleared. The entire evil ways had retreated into the Empire of Darkness. Otherwise, such a large operation would have been discovered by the evil ways long ago. After a few days and nights, thousands of demon vultures carried dozens of huge lightning attack weapons and approached the Nether Underworld continent. Dozens of meters away from the barrier of the Underworld Empire, thousands of demon vultures placed these huge weapon devices on the ground. Then, the warlocks on the demon vultures stepped forward and activated these lightning attack weapons. Rumble. With an earth-shattering noise, dozens of huge monsters suddenly began to roar and rush into the barrier of the Underworld Empire. At the same time, the lightning strike crystal device was activated. Although the ground crystal power was not reliable, it was still no problem for a few li. These giant beasts were like giant beasts that had broken free of their reins and rushed into the underworld plane. The Ghost Emperor Wentian could monitor every place in the Underworld Empire through the vision of every undead. Therefore, these giant beasts were discovered immediately after they rushed into the Underworld Empire. Then, without the command of the Nether Ghost Emperor, all the undead nearby instinctively rushed forward. In order to defend the Underworld Empire, the Ghost Emperor Wentian set up an extremely powerful defense line on the border of the Underworld Empire. Almost 1 billion undead were deployed on the border of tens of thousands of li. Every 1,000 li had 1 undead monarch, 10 undead lords, and tens of millions of undead. As long as there was any invasion, the undead monarch and undead lord could arrive within 15 minutes. Therefore, just as the dozens of lightning attack weapons rushed into the barrier of the underworld, suddenly, hundreds of thousands of undead rushed forward crazily. The undead lords, who were less than 100 li away, flew over like lightning. In the blink of an eye, countless undead surrounded these weapon devices and were about to attack these machines crazily. Suddenly, clap 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 clap, dozens of lightning-type weapons suddenly exploded with a shocking amount of lightning. The surrounding dozens of li were all filled with terrifying lightning. Thousands of lightning bolts crazily struck every place. Suddenly, tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of undead were directly turned into ashes. The Ghost Emperor Wentian only saw a sudden blur in his eyes. His entire vision was filled with lightning. Then, he couldn't see anything. This was because the undead he controlled to act as a vision tool had already been annihilated. The Ghost Emperor Wentian was instantly shocked. When Yang Dingtian said that there were weapons that could attack the Underworld Empire, he didn't believe it. He didn't expect there to be such weapons, and now they were rushing in. Moreover, the lethality was so shocking. The Ghost Emperor Wentian suddenly fell into absolute shock. Then, without saying a word, he directly controlled the undead monarchs within 1,000 li and madly rushed to the attack point of the lightning weapon. Even so, he was still worried. He sent all the undead monarchs and undead lords within 3,000 li, boom 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 boom. The dozens of monster machines didn't stop and crazily bombarded. Countless lightning bolts crazily struck, completely turning the area within a radius of dozens of li into a death zone. The Ghost Emperor Wentian, controlling the undead monarchs and undead lords, didn't immediately rush over. Instead, he observed from a distance of several tens of li. At this time, the Ghost Emperor Wentian's heart was really shocked. Yang Dingtian could really do it. He could really do it. In front of him, only dozens of such machines could release such astonishing lightning. What if there were thousands or tens of thousands of them? Wouldn't it be possible to drive straight in and directly destroy the Underworld Empire? At the thought of this scene, the Ghost Emperor Wentian felt a burst of tremors. Clap 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 clap, countless lightning bolts were still crazily striking. Ghost Emperor Wentian was slightly relieved because these lightning weapons just stayed where they were, not moving at all. However, he really didn't know how Yang Dingtian did it. In a fantasy land like the Land of Chaos, Yang Dingtian could actually release lightning without restraint. How did he do it? He asked a dignified Peking University student, but he didn't know. Countless undead, one after another, crazily rushed over. Then, one by one, they turned into ashes. However, the Ghost Emperor Wentian didn't care about the loss of these undead. He continued to control the undead and crazily rushed over. Then, a huge vacuum appeared in this 1,000 li defensive line. At this time, Yang Dingtian quickly flashed and entered the vacuum area of the Underworld Empire. Then, he used the fastest speed to open thousands of energy jade boxes. These hell crystals had remained intact in the Netherworld Empire's realm. Yang Dingtian used the fastest speed to stuff these hell magic crystals into the soul ring. Whoosh 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 whoosh, thousands of hell magic crystals crazily rushed into the soul ring like meteors. Although the whole process was very fast, Yang Dingtian's heart was still beating like thunder. If by chance, Ghost Emperor Wentian found out, then it would be troublesome. At this time, the Ghost Emperor Wentian finally made up his mind and ordered the undead lords to rush into the killing range of the lightning weapons. This was because he found that although these lightning bolts looked terrifying, they could no longer kill undead above level 13. Pa 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 pa, the lightning was still crazily striking. However, to the undead lords of the half-saint level, it was not lethal. The Ghost Emperor Wentian couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he ordered the undead lords and undead lords to attack these lightning weapons. Furthermore, he had to disassemble it properly to find out how it worked. At this time, less than half of the hell magic crystals flew into the soul ring. It's full, it's full, it's full, the Netherworld Ghost Emperor in the soul ring exclaimed loudly. Yang Dingtian was startled. What the hell? It wasn't even half full, but it was already full. At this moment, Ghost Emperor Wentian felt an incomparably powerful energy aura in this area. His heart was suddenly shocked. Not good. It was a trap. Then, he immediately controlled the two undead lords and quickly rushed in the direction of Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to put all the hell magic crystals that couldn't enter the soul ring into an energy jade box and then quickly put it into the space ring. Whoosh, then, Yang Dingtian used the demonic spirit mist cloak flash and left the Underworld Empire's boundary like lightning. Ghost Emperor Wentian just saw Yang Dingtian's figure and disappeared without a trace. He rushed out of the Underworld Empire. At the same time, the undead lords and undead lords crazily attacked these lightning weapons. The Azura race quickly rushed over, wanting to dismantle these weapons and devices. Boom, suddenly, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Dozens of lightning weapon devices were all smashed to pieces. Chapter 1044. Even if these lightning weapon devices were dismantled, Ghost Emperor Wenqian's men might not be able to understand what was inside, let alone imitate it. But for safety reasons, Yang Dingtian still installed an automatic destruction device inside. As long as these lightning devices were seriously attacked, they would trigger the X crystal inside. Then, a terrible explosion would completely destroy the entire device, leaving nothing behind. After Yang Dingtian rushed out of the Underworld Empire, he returned to the Forbidden Continent Sea area at the fastest speed. After almost a day and a night, Ghost Emperor Wenqian finally refined all the hell magic crystals in the Soul Ring. Of course, he swallowed 1/3 of them himself. After swallowing these hell magic crystals, he finally broke through the 19th level and was not far from the Saint level. Ghost Emperor, how are the results? Yang Dingtian asked. Ghost Emperor Wenqian said, there are a total of 383 hell magic crystals. I swallowed 128 of them and there are 255 left. After refining, there are 5 energy essences of the 21st level, 5 energy essences of the 20th level, 13 energy essences of the 19th level, 19 energy essences of the 18th level, 22 energy essences of the 17th level, 28 energy essences of the 16th level, 161 energy essences of the 15th level and below. The remaining 2 are of the 22nd level, which I can't refine for the time being. When Yang Dingtian heard this, his heart suddenly felt like it was beating wildly. The gains were really, really big. Among them, there were a total of 12 energy essences of the Saint level and above, and 82 energy essences of the half-Saint level and above. Of course, this was only a small part of the energy essences. There was still more than half that couldn't be put into the Soul Ring, so there was no time to refine them. Yang Dingtian said, refine them all into ultimate energy essences. Understood. Ghost Emperor Wenqian said. Then, he used the shortest amount of time to condense all of these energy essences into ultimate energy essences. In the end, he obtained 15 energy essences close to the 16th level limit. He obtained 8 energy essences close to the 17th level limit. He obtained 6 energy essences close to the 18th level limit. He obtained 5 energy essences close to the 19th level limit. He obtained 3 energy essences close to the 20th level limit. He obtained 1 energy essence close to the 21st level limit. He obtained 1 energy essence close to the 22nd level limit. What was left was a certain amount of energy essences below level 15. The harvest this time around was incomparably huge. It was even bigger than the Feast of the Dead on the Great Taboo Day. At this time, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was at the 7th rank of the 15th step. He had not broken through to the 8th rank yet. Next, under the protection of the 4 Saint-level powerhouses, Yang Dingtian used up 2 energy essences close to the 16th level to allow himself to break through to the 15th level, 9th level. Next, if he wanted to break through to level 16, he would have to use energy essences close to level 17. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had 8 energy essences close to rank 17 in his hands. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian prayed in his heart, hoping that this breakthrough to the 16th order would consume less energy. Generally speaking, given Yang Dingtian's current situation, if he was lucky, 2 energy essences close to level 17 would allow him to break through to level 16. If he was unlucky, he might need 4. Under normal circumstances, he would need 3. Closing his eyes, Yang Dingtian began to devour the ultimate energy essence that was close to rank 17. That familiar feeling came. Powerful mystical qi energy surged into Yang Dingtian's sea of qi through countless Xian veins. In just a quarter of an hour, Yang Dingtian clearly felt that his sea of qi was full, filled with mystical qi energy. At this time, even 1 ultimate energy essence close to rank 17 had not been used up. This was a good sign. But immediately after, mystical qi energy continued to pour in, pour in, pour in. The first ultimate energy essence close to rank 17 was exhausted, but he still did not feel any swelling. The second ultimate energy essence close to rank 17 was also exhausted, but he still did not feel any swelling. It was really an unfavorable start. Before the first ultimate energy essence was completely devoured, his sea of qi was already full. But after devouring 2 ultimate energy essences close to rank 17, he still did not feel any swelling. It was as if the entire sea of qi was a bottomless pit. This luck was really bad. It seemed that if he wanted to break through to level 16, he might need 4 or even 5 ultimate energy essences close to rank 17. In this way, with only 3 ultimate energy essences close to rank 17, Ong Dingtian's best result was to break through to rank 17. However, it seemed that it was just to play with Yang Dingtian. After the third ultimate energy essence close to rank 17, the feeling of swelling surged. Then, it could no longer stop. Swelling, not long after. Boom! The entire sea of qi seemed to explode, and the whole person fell into nothingness. Yang Dingtian broke through to level 16. At this time, the third ultimate energy essence close to rank 17 was only half used. He originally thought that he would need to use 4 or 5, but in the end, 2.5 were enough. After Yang Dingtian's whole body and consciousness fell into nothingness for a short while, he quickly recovered his consciousness. The entire sea of qi, after breaking through to level 16, was completely empty. The third ultimate energy essence close to rank 17, at this time, still had a small half left, and was continuously pouring into Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. The third ultimate energy essence close to rank 17 was exhausted. The fourth ultimate energy essence close to rank 17 was exhausted. Finally, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 1 of rank 16. When the fifth ultimate energy essence close to rank 17 was exhausted, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 2 of rank 16. The efficiency of this breakthrough was not high. When the 8 ultimate energy essences close to rank 17 were all exhausted, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 5 of rank 16. At this time, all the ultimate energy essences close to rank 17 were all exhausted. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath, and then began to devour the first ultimate energy essence close to rank 18. However, the pain of profound qi rampaging was coming again. Sure enough, just after devouring, an incomparably tyrannical profound qi suddenly poured in. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's entire profound vein was in pain as if it was being cut by a knife. Then, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The entire profound vein was crazily torn, and many cracks appeared all over his body. Then, countless profound qi madly poured into the sea of qi. The entire sea of qi seemed to be turned upside down. Puff, puff, Yang Dingtian spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. However, this powerful profound qi did not care and continued to surge in. Soon, the entire sea of qi began to expand fiercely. Boom! Almost as soon as it began to expand, the sea of qi suddenly exploded. Then, the whole person fell into nothingness. Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 6 of rank 16. Then, rank 7 of rank 16. Rank 8 of rank 16 was half completed, but the first ultimate energy essence close to rank 18 was still exhausted. And when the second ultimate energy essence close to rank 18 was exhausted, Yang Dingtian had already broken through to rank 9 of rank 16. At this time, there were still 4 ultimate energy essences close to rank 18 left. Next, it entered the critical moment again. Yang Dingtian was about to break through to rank 17. The third ultimate energy essence close to rank 18 was exhausted. The effect was very good, and directly began the familiar feeling of expansion. The fourth ultimate energy essence close to rank 18 was exhausted, but it expanded. The fifth ultimate energy essence was exhausted. Boom! Finally, Yang Dingtian broke through again and advanced to rank 17. This time, from rank 9 of rank 16 to rank 17, a total of 3 ultimate energy essences were consumed. But immediately after, the 6th ultimate energy essence close to rank 18 allowed Yang Dingtian to break through to rank 1 of rank 17 and rank 2 of rank 17. However, at this time, the ultimate energy essence close to rank 18 had been exhausted. If he wanted to continue to break through, he had to devour the ultimate energy essence close to rank 19. With Yang Dingtian's cultivation at this time, devouring the ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 was very painful. The internal force may crazily tear Yang Dingtian's Xian veins. Therefore, at this time, he needed the protection of a saint-level expert. Wu Yu and Neru stepped forward. One pressed her jade hand on Yang Dingtian's heart, and the other pressed on Yang Dingtian's sea of qi. Using the saint level's internal force cultivation, they protected Yang Dingtian's Xian veins and sea of qi. Taking a deep breath. With rank 17 of rank 2 cultivation, devouring the ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 was really playing with one's life. Fight it out. Yang Dingtian swallowed fiercely. Bang! In an instant, his whole person seemed to have been hit by a 10,000-pound sledgehammer. Blood spurted out violently. Not only from the mouth, but from the nose, ears, and eyes directly shot out. And his whole body instantly turned into a bloody gourd. His whole body was suddenly torn apart, and the blood all over his body spurted out. Then Yang Dingtian's whole person was about to faint. Can't faint, can't faint. Fainting at this time was very, very dangerous. And Neru and Wu Yu desperately used their internal force to suppress and protect Yang Dingtian's Xian veins, not letting his body explode. Finally, the sea of qi quickly began to expand, and then, boom! The whole person fell into nothingness. Yang Dingtian broke through rank 17 of rank 3. In this terrible pain, Yang Dingtian continued to break through rank 17 of rank 4, rank 17 of rank 5. After the first ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 was exhausted, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 17 of rank 5. Then, the pain slowed down. After the second ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 was exhausted, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 17 of rank 7. After the third ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 was exhausted, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 17 of rank 8. After the fourth ultimate energy essence close to rank 17 of rank 9, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 17 of rank 9. After the fifth ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 was exhausted, Yang Dingtian was still rank 17 of rank 9, but the ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 was completely exhausted. He was only one step away from rank 18. What a pity, what a pity. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Breaking through the key points had to be continuous. If it stopped next time, it would take another 2 or 3 ultimate energy essences close to rank 19. Unfortunately, it was already used up. But at this time, an ultimate energy essence close to rank 19 flew out from the soul ring. This is what I hid, but there won't be another one. The Netherworld Ghost Emperor said. Yang Dingtian was stunned, then quickly took it and began to devour. Expand, 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 boom. Yang Dingtian's sea of qi sank into nothingness. Finally, Yang Dingtian broke through to rank 18. Yang Dingtian was well aware of the Netherworld Ghost Emperor's secret stash of energy essences. But after all, it was agreed that he would take 1/3, so it was normal for him to have more, less, or more for himself. As long as it was about the same, it was fine. But he didn't expect the Ghost Emperor Wentian to be so generous and take out his secret stash of energy essences. One must know that he was very greedy by nature. Yang Dingtian's luck was really good. He used this opportunity to break through. From rank 17 of rank 9 to rank 18, he only used 2 ultimate energy essences close to rank 19. Next, there were only 3 ultimate energy essences close to rank 20. With Yang Dingtian's early rank 18 cultivation, devouring them was even more dangerous. But this time, entering the little western paradise, the higher his cultivation, the better. So, he gritted his teeth, and the demonic fox also stepped forward to protect Yang Dingtian's head. Under the protection of the 3 saint-level powerhouses, Yang Dingtian endured the hellish pain and began to devour the ultimate energy essences close to rank 20. Then, it was really unbearable pain. His whole body could explode and be torn apart at any time. Under the perseverance of his terrifying willpower. Finally, Yang Dingtian devoured the 3 ultimate energy essences close to rank 20. Finally, he broke through rank 18 of rank 8 and was not far from rank 19. He was only rank 1 of rank 2 of rank 1 of rank 9. And in his energy jade box, there was still a considerable amount of hell magic crystals. With the hell magic crystals inside, could he break through to rank 9? According to the quantity, it should be very possible. Chapter 1045. Within the Ghost Underworld City, Ghost Emperor Wentian began to ponder why Yang Dingtian would do such a thing. Was it an experimental attack, or was he trying to intimidate and threaten him? Because it was clear that these dozens of mobile lightning weapons had no destructive power against a limitless martial grandmaster. Thus, it was clear that this wasn't a normal attack. If it was to intimidate and threaten, then what was he trying to intimidate? Was he trying to show that he had the ability to attack the Ghost Underworld region and warn him not to agree to the Devil Queen and Li Ming's request? But how could Yang Dingtian know that the Devil Queen wanted him to help Prince Li Ming break through to the saint rank? Later on, Yang Dingtian sensed an extremely powerful energy. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian had left the netherworld barrier for a brief moment. He suddenly understood that Yang Dingtian was creating a diversion in order to refine the Hell Devil Crystal. That extremely powerful energy came from countless hell magic crystals. During the Second War of Destruction, Yang Dingtian had exterminated countless undead and obtained many hell magic crystals. However, hell magic crystals would quickly turn to ashes in other planes. Thus, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to store them in energy jade boxes. But they could never be opened, and even if they weren't opened, the energy jade boxes weren't 100% shielded. At most, the hell magic crystals inside would turn to ashes in 2 or 3 years. Thus, coming to the Ghost Underworld region to open these energy crystals and give them to the Ghost Emperor to refine was his only choice. Thus, the dozens of lightning weapons attacking the Underworld Empire was just a diversion. It was to let Ghost Emperor Wentian gather all the undead and create a hole in the defense line, giving Yang Dingtian enough time to give the hell magic crystals to the Ghost Emperor. As expected of Ghost Emperor Wentian, he was able to sort out the situation after thinking for a bit. But once he thought it through, Ghost Emperor Wentian couldn't help but become furious. "Are you, Yang Dingtian, treating me like a fool and playing with me? Not only did you exterminate my undead army, but you also took away a large number of hell mana crystals. Now, you actually swaggered into my territory, refined those hell mana crystals, and devoured them? This was truly intolerable." The enraged Ghost Emperor Wentian almost immediately agreed to help the Devil Queen to help Prince Li Ming break through to the half-saint realm. Then, he would open the Little Western Paradise and directly kill Yang Dingtian. After calming down a little, Ghost Emperor Wentian remembered that before Yang Dingtian quickly disappeared, there was still the aura of a large pile of hell magic crystals. Could it be that Yang Dingtian hasn't completely refined these hell magic crystals? Yes, yes. The Nether Ghost Emperor was the same as the other undead. He had to stay in the Underworld Empire and could not leave. At that time, he disappeared into Yang Dingtian's body and left the Underworld Empire. There was only one thing that could contain undead energy. That was a soul tool, and Yang Dingtian should have a soul tool on him. Perhaps it was a skull ornament or a soul ring. However, no matter how big a soul tool was, it was still limited and couldn't contain more undead energy. Thus, Yang Dingtian had too many hell magic crystals at that time, so it was normal that he couldn't store them all in the soul tool. Thus, Yang Dingtian had left in a hurry. If that was the case, it meant that Yang Dingtian would enter the ghost hell region again. That was because the hell magic crystals that had been stored in the soul tool had all been refined into energy essence and could already appear in the world. Thus, his soul tool was empty again. Moreover, it was different from last time. Last time, Yang Dingtian's countless hell magic crystals were definitely stored in many energy jade boxes. Thus, opening all of them and inserting them into the soul tool would take a long time. This time, Yang Dingtian definitely put all of the hell magic crystals into one energy jade box. Therefore, this time, it would only take about 10 seconds to transfer everything into the soul ring. In such a short time, Yang Dingtian didn't need to create a diversion. As long as Yang Dingtian charged into any place in the underworld empire, he would immediately be discovered by the undead. If Ghost Emperor Wentian used his fastest speed to dispatch the undead monarchs, it would still take more than a few minutes. During this time, Yang Dingtian would have already disappeared without a trace. Immediately, Ghost Emperor Wentian thought that this might be the best opportunity to capture Yang Dingtian. That was because Yang Dingtian would come to the Ghost Hell region alone. At most, he would bring a saint rank expert with him. Most of the remaining saints would definitely be guarding the Forbidden Continent seas. Because Yang Dingtian had the ability to destroy the Empire of Darkness, he didn't need to worry about the Council of Light or even his headquarters being attacked. Thus, most of the saints could be sent to guard the human kingdom's gates. And if he came alone, then as long as the evil ways saints lay in ambush at the underworld empire's borders, they might be able to capture him. Thinking of this, Ghost Emperor Wentian was so excited that he was trembling. If that was the case, not only would he be able to capture Yang Dingtian, but he would also be able to take revenge. Moreover, he wouldn't need to waste a huge amount of energy to help Li Ming break through to the saint rank. He would also be able to seize the hell magic crystals in Yang Dingtian's hands. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Whether it was Prince Li Ming or the Queen Devil Queen, they were all people with extremely high self-esteem. Thus, even though Yang Dingtian proposed the idea of exchanging Dongli for Dongfang Bingling, the evil ways didn't discuss this proposal for the past few days. 3 days passed. The Queen Devil Queen brought Li Ming, Dishibian, and Wolingzi to the Underworld Empire once again. After flying for almost a day and a night, they once again entered the Underworld Empire. Counting the time they had spent flying, it had already been 5 days since the agreed time with Ghost Emperor Wentian. Ghost Emperor Wentian should have finished thinking. "Your Majesty, what do you think?" The Queen Devil Queen asked, "Do you agree to help Li Ming break through to the saint rank?" The Ghost Emperor Wentian said, "No, I don't agree." When these words came out, the hearts of the Queen Devil Queen and the others trembled. Could it be that they really had to agree to Yang Dingtian's request? The Ghost Emperor Wentian said, "Perhaps, there's no need for Li Ming to break through to the saint rank, and there's no need for you to kill yourselves and attack the Skull Hall. We'll be able to capture Yang Dingtian very soon." When these words came out, the Queen Devil Queen's beautiful eyes lit up. Prince Li Ming's expression trembled. If they could capture Yang Dingtian, then even if Prince Li Ming didn't break through to the saint rank, it wouldn't matter. The Ghost Emperor Wentian told everyone what happened yesterday. Then, he continued, "Yang Dingtian still has a large amount of hell magic crystals that he hasn't refined yet. In order to break through to the saint rank, he will definitely enter the Ghost Hell region again and use the fastest speed to transfer a large amount of hell magic crystals into a soul tool for the Ghost Emperor to refine." Then, the Ghost Emperor Wentian said, "If, and once he refines these hell magic crystals and swallows them, then he will break through to the saint rank. Then, he will directly break through to the saint level. If he breaks through to the saint level, I don't think I need to describe the consequences. Of course, there was no need. Currently, Yang Dingtian was only a half-saint and was already so powerful. If he broke through to the saint rank, then with his Naga royalty sword soul, how powerful would he be? It was completely unimaginable. Yang Dingtian will enter the ghost hell region again very soon. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after, maybe the next moment. The ghost emperor Wentian said, therefore, we need to use the shortest amount of time to set up an inescapable net. Then, the will-o'-the-wisps suddenly transformed into the shape of the ghost hell region's continent. The ghost emperor Wentian said, the ghost hell region's perimeter is more than 60,000 li. Such a long border is impossible to defend. But fortunately, the border between the human countries and the ghost hell region is only about 2,000 li. Therefore, what we need to defend is only these 2,000 li. On the map formed by the will-o'-the-wisps, the border between the ghost hell region and the human countries lit up. The ghost emperor Wentian said, after the Second World-Ending War, my undead, Shura sovereigns, are only left with 39. When these words came out, the Devil Queen's expression darkened. The ghost emperor Wentian said, in order to surround and capture Yang Dingtian, I temporarily promoted 9 peak half-saint rulers. Therefore, the current number of saint sovereigns in the ghost hell region has reached 48. The ghost emperor Wentian said, in the next few days, I plan to withdraw all of the border defenses and transfer all of the saint sovereigns and half-saint rulers to the 2,000 li border with the human countries. Including you, there are 48 saint sovereigns and 500 half-saint rulers. Close to 2,000 li, 48 saint sovereigns. In other words, there was an average of 1 saint sovereign every 40 li. On average, there was 1 half-saint ruler every 4 li. The ghost emperor Wentian continued, you 3 saint sovereigns, at your fastest speed of 40 li, would need about 10 seconds to arrive. As for the undead sovereigns, if they use condensed flight, they would be able to arrive in about 3 seconds. Yang Dingtian needs to transfer a large amount of hell magic crystals into his soul tool. From the time he opens it to the time he completely transfers them, he needs at least 10 seconds. Of course, this is Earth's time unit, so I'm sure you already know. The ghost emperor Wentian's eyes brightened as he said, this also means that Yang Dingtian will face at least 4 saint sovereigns from the beginning to the end. He is merely a half-saint, so how can he resist 4 saint sovereigns? Of course, once he discovers that he is surrounded by saint sovereigns, he will definitely use his fastest speed to escape. Once he flashes out of the ghost hell barrier, my saint sovereigns will have no way to deal with him. Therefore, at this time, the 4 of you will need to set up an ambush at the border outside the barrier. In the end, the ghost emperor Wentian said, I will order the half-saint undead sovereigns to use suicidal flight attacks. This way, their speed will reach the maximum. No matter how fast Yang Dingtian is, he won't be able to resist. I've already calculated that no matter where he appears, there will be more than 10 half-saint undead launching suicidal attacks at him. The shortest attack won't exceed half a second, and the longest won't exceed 2 seconds. Therefore, even if he manages to escape, he will escape with serious injuries. Therefore, after leaving the ghost hell barrier, if the 4 of you can't even catch a seriously injured half-saint, then you won't have the face to continue living in this world. The Devil Queen was scheming behind closed doors. The ghost emperor Wentian placed 48 saint sovereigns and more than 500 half-saint undead Shura at the border less than 2,000 miles away. Once Yang Dingtian appeared, the saint sovereigns would condense and fly. The half-saint sovereigns would use suicidal flight attacks. The so-called suicidal flight attacks were to completely condense themselves into a very small but very powerful energy to launch a destructive bombardment. This speed was extremely astonishing. The ghost emperor Wentian's calculations weren't wrong. No matter where Yang Dingtian appeared, every time, there would be more than 4 saint-level experts arriving within 10 seconds. There would be more than 2 saint sovereigns arriving within 3 seconds. There would be more than 3 half-saint undead attacking in less than half a second. There would be more than 10 half-saint undead attacking in less than 2 seconds. Therefore, this was definitely an inescapable net. For Yang Dingtian, the best result would be that he would be attacked by 4 or 5 half-saint undead, and then escape from the netherworld barrier. Then, he would be surrounded by the Queen Devil Queen and the other two. Although Yang Dingtian had the Devil Spirit Mist Cloak, if the Queen Devil Queen, the 3 Saint Sovereigns and 1 half-Saint Sovereign couldn't catch a seriously injured Yang Dingtian, then they really wouldn't have the face to live in this world. The Queen Devil Queen immediately said excitedly, "That's right, this is indeed an inescapable net. As long as Yang Dingtian comes, he will definitely be caught." Then, the Ghost Emperor Wentian and the Evil Ways began to use the fastest speed to set up the most powerful trap in history, waiting for Yang Dingtian to arrive. At this time, in the sky above the Forbidden Continent, Yang Dingtian summoned Yao Li, Yao Zi, Bo Lu, Ah Wen, and Ah Wu. The undead essences that Yang Dingtian obtained this time were all ultimate energy essences that were close to level 16 and above. There were still more than 100 ultimate energy essences that were close to level 15 and below. Among them, there were close to level 13, level 14, and level 15. This was because only hell magic crystals of this level and above could survive for a long time in the environment of the human countries. And Yang Dingtian used 2 ultimate energy essences close to level 16, so there were still 13 left. Under the supply that didn't care about the cost. In the end, Bo Lu and Yao Li successfully broke through to level 15 half-saint. As for Ah Wen and Ah Wu, they also broke through to mid-level level 14. Yao Zi broke through to level 14 level 9 and was only 1 step away from becoming a half-saint. When Yang Dingtian entered the Little Western Paradise, he would bring these 5 people with him. They would become Yang Dingtian's biggest helpers in the Little Western Paradise, so the higher their cultivation, the better. After these 5 people had all broken through, Yang Dingtian decided to go to the Underworld Empire again. He transferred the remaining hell magic crystals into the Soul Ring and handed them to the Nether Ghost Emperor for refining. This time, all the hell magic crystals were in an energy jade box, so the process would be much faster. From start to finish, it should take about 10 seconds. "Do you want 1 or 2 of us to accompany you to the Underworld Empire?" Nehru asked. "After all, this is your second time here, and you don't have a lightning weapon to divert Ghost Emperor Wentian's attention. If they set a trap, you will be in great danger." Yang Dingtian replied, "There's no need for that. The evil Dao's departed spirit ghost bird is always hovering nearby. If 1 or 2 saints are missing, Evil Ways will crazily attack the Skull Hall." Nehru said, "But if they set a trap, you won't be able to come out." Yang Dingtian said, "Don't worry, I have a way. It's foolproof." Then, Yang Dingtian flew to the Underworld Empire again. Chapter 1046. The Underworld Empire was as silent as before. In fact, it was even quieter than before. Many low-level undead were still wandering aimlessly along the 2,000 miles of the border with the human countries. It looked no different from before, and there was no dangerous aura. But in fact, there were already nearly 50 saint-level and more than 500 half-saint-level powerhouses on this less than 2,000 miles of border. It was a truly inescapable net. As long as Yang Dingtian barged in, these terrifying undead overlords and undead kings would fly over in a frenzy. And the 5 experts of Evil Ways, led by the Queen Devil Queen, were already lying in ambush outside the Underworld Empire's boundary. Even if they saw Yang Dingtian enter, they would not make a move. Outside the boundary, the Evil Ways had set up countless ghost birds. No matter where Yang Dingtian entered, he would be detected immediately. Then, the 5 experts of Evil Ways would charge at full speed towards this location, trying to surround and capture Yang Dingtian as soon as possible. Therefore, as long as Yang Dingtian dared to come, he would definitely be captured. If he could escape from the encirclement of dozens of saint-level powerhouses and hundreds of half-saint-level powerhouses, then Yang Dingtian would not be human, but a god. If this was a large net, then the Ghost Emperor Wentian would be the Spider King in the net. Everyone held their breaths quietly, waiting for the arrival of the prey. 2 hours passed. 4 hours passed. 6 hours passed. Suddenly, the ghost birds that densely covered the 2,000 miles of the border suddenly became restless at a place 725 miles away. Then, a ray of light rushed into the underworld empire like a bolt of lightning. He's here, Yang Dingtian is here. Princely Ming, who was the closest, immediately rushed towards the place where Yang Dingtian had entered. Then, the remaining experts of evil ways also received the news from the ghost birds. They all rushed towards the entrance of Yang Dingtian. As for the Devil Queen, even though she was more than 300 miles away from the invasion site, she was still able to escape. However, its soul sword charged forward at a speed of tens of thousands of meters per second. A streak of light suddenly charged into the netherworld barrier. Then, the energy jade box filled with hell magic crystals was opened. Then, these hell mana crystals quickly flew towards the soul ring. This scene was immediately discovered by the wandering undead nearby. Then, it was also discovered by Ghost Emperor Wentian. The Nether Ghost Emperor didn't even look carefully. He directly controlled the nearest half-saint dead soul to launch a suicidal attack. In an instant, more than a dozen half-saint dead souls condensed into a beam of powerful energy and shot out at a speed of tens of thousands of meters per second. The 10 or so saint-level undead lords in the vicinity also turned into streaks of light and rushed over like lightning. From beginning to end, not even 0.1 seconds had passed. Dozens of undead lords and undead monarchs crazily charged at the invaders. Whoosh 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 whoosh. It really didn't even take half a second. The energy of the 3 half-saint dead souls that were closest to the invaders suddenly flew over and slammed into the invaders. Boom boom boom, the 3 half-saint undead lords directly completed their suicidal attack. They fiercely slammed their powerful energy into the invaders. It's done, Ghost Emperor Wentian was ecstatic. Yang Dingtian was hit by 3 half-saint dead souls. He was severely injured and couldn't escape. Then, 2 more half-saint dead souls crazily slammed into the invaders. The powerful energy caused an incomparably terrifying tremor. Yang Dingtian was finished. Yang Dingtian was finished. Ghost Emperor Wentian immediately controlled the vision of one of the undead souls to see how Yang Dingtian was being attacked. But after a glance, the Nether Ghost Emperor was completely stunned. How was this Yang Dingtian? This was only a soul sword. Yes, it was a soul sword. It was Yang Dingtian's soul sword that was close to the Emperor grade. Yang Dingtian was thousands of miles away, controlling the soul sword to rush into the underworld empire. The soul ring was embedded in the soul sword. The energy jade box was also firmly attached to the soul sword. After entering the underworld empire, the mechanism of the energy jade box was opened, and the hell magic crystals inside quickly flew out. Then, Xian Qi energy surrounded the soul ring, forming a pure energy vortex that swallowed all the hell magic crystals into the soul ring. Ghost Emperor Wentian was completely stunned. How did he do it? It was true that the consciousness could control the soul sword, but it could only fly or release soul skills. There was no soul sword that could open the box, and no soul sword could control the energy essence to enter the soul ring. The soul sword's only function was to attack, so it could also command attacks and fly. How did Yang Dingtian do it? Ghost Emperor Wentian was really going crazy. Yes, these things seemed very simple, but in fact, they were impossible to do. The first problem was that the soul sword had no vision and couldn't determine when it had entered the underworld barrier. The second problem was that the released sword soul could easily shatter the entire energy jade box and destroy the hell magic crystals. This was because the hell magic crystals were very unstable and powerful energy. The Naga royalty sword soul was too powerful and would definitely destroy them. The third problem was to create an energy vortex without destroying the hell magic crystals. This was impossible because the sword soul was born to attack. Then, how did Yang Dingtian do it? It was very simple. He entered a meditative state with the demon fox. Then, he wrote a soul skill inside. To be precise, it was 2 soul skills. The first soul skill was that once the soul sword entered the energy field of the Underworld Empire's barrier, it would immediately release a repulsive force field of about 1.5 kilograms to open the energy jade box. The second soul skill was to create a pure aerodynamic energy vortex without any elemental energy. It was just right to swallow the scattered hell magic crystals. That was the most difficult thing to do. This was because even if it was a pure aerodynamic energy vortex, it would also have elemental energy due to the special energy environment of the underworld barrier. Therefore, when the energy of the vortex reached a certain level, it would destroy the hell magic crystals. But when the energy of the vortex was small, the speed of devouring would slow down. Therefore, after many experiments, he found the best balance point. But even so, it would take more than 30 seconds to devour all the hell magic crystals. However, this kind of method was already enough to make people gasp in amazement. When Ghost Emperor Wentian saw this scene, he felt a sense of suffocation. This was because Yang Dingtian was already in a completely different realm of martial arts. This was already completely in the realm of gods. He never would have thought that Yang Dingtian would actually write his own soul skill and use the soul sword to complete this series of things. Boom 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 boom, one after another, the half-saint undead crashed into the soul sword and carried out a suicidal attack. But what was the use of this? The soul sword's body was not damaged by any energy. Its Xian meridian was the 1,000 Xian meridian essence, which could withstand the energy of the entire yin-yang mirror. The energy of a few mere half-saint undead dissipated into the Xian meridian essence when they crashed into it. There was not even a slight tremor. 1 second, 2 seconds, the hell magic crystals continuously entered the soul ring. Ghost Emperor Wentian's heart was bleeding. He immediately changed his plan and controlled the next half-saint undead to fight for these hell magic crystals. But, whoosh 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 whoosh, suddenly, countless Naga royalty sword souls flew out. Then, countless soul sword shadows began to form an energy barrier outside, completely enveloping the entire soul sword and all the hell magic crystals inside. It was completely airtight. The half-saint undead could not break into this energy prison even though they were crazily attacking from outside. At that time, Yang Dingtian's Naga royalty sword soul had formed an energy prison and wrapped Prince Li Ming inside. The Queen Devil Queen and many others launched a series of suicidal attacks, but they were unable to break it. These mere half-saint undead were of no use at all. It was impossible for them to break in. The soul ring continued to devour the hell magic crystals. 3 seconds. 4 seconds. Finally, the 2 saint undead monarchs arrived. Ghost Emperor Wentian immediately controlled the 2 undead monarchs and crazily attacked the energy barrier formed by the Naga royalty sword soul. But what was the use? They could not break through it at all. However, at the same time, the energy of the Naga royalty demon core was rapidly depleting. 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds, 7 seconds, 8 seconds. The saint undead frantically attacked the energy barrier of the Naga royalty sword soul, but they could not break through it at all. They could not resist the devouring of the hell magic crystals inside. Ghost Emperor Wentian was really going crazy. Could it be that he was just going to watch the countless hell magic crystals enter the soul ring and be refined into energy essence, and then be devoured by Yang Dingtian to become a saint powerhouse? No, it absolutely could not be like this. Even if he had to pay a huge price, he had to stop it. Immediately, the Ghost Emperor Wentian roared furiously. Ah! 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 Suddenly, Ghost Emperor Wentian became incomparably huge. He stretched into the sky and tore it apart. In an instant, the netherworld barrier in the sky was torn apart. The energy from outside suddenly poured in. The fatal light of the two suns also suddenly shot in from the west. The energy field in this area was severely damaged. It was no longer a pure netherworld energy field. In an instant, the hell magic crystals bore the energy aura of the two suns. Bang 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 bang, one after another, they quickly turned into ashes. And the undead here could not bear it. One by one, they turned into ashes. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of undead, tens of millions of undead, they turned into ashes in an instant before the sun even shone on them. Even the half-saint level undead were shattered into pieces. The saint level undead were also melted layer by layer. Ghost Emperor Wentian was so ruthless. In order to stop Yang Dingtian, he killed 1,000 enemies and lost 900 of his own. One must know that this netherworld barrier was a prison, but it was also a protective shield. Once the crack was torn open, it would be completely destructive to the undead inside. Bang 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 bang, the extremely fragile hell magic crystals quickly turned into ashes. The netherworld ghost emperor in the soul ring suddenly felt his heart bleed. It was too late to devour. He could not bear it anymore. He rushed out of the soul ring and frantically devoured the remaining hell magic crystals. However, the light of the two suns would soon cause fatal damage to it. Because even if it was surrounded by countless sword soul energy shields, the energy of the two suns could still enter. It was like the strongest tempered glass. It could be bulletproof, but it could not stop the light from shining through. Therefore, it took less than 2 seconds to devour. All the hell magic crystals were turned into ashes. And the netherworld ghost emperor let out a shrill scream, and then quickly drilled into the soul ring. At the same time, the near emperor grade soul sword withdrew all the sword souls, turned around, and rushed out of the netherworld barrier like lightning. Like a stream of light, it flew out. At this time, the Queen Devil Queen's soul sword had arrived. It immediately chased after it like lightning. And the Queen Devil Queen and the others did not know that it was only a soul sword that had entered the underworld empire. They thought that Yang Dingtian had escaped. They immediately chased after it frantically. Then, they saw a ray of light. The speed of tens of thousands of meters per second was faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Although Wu Yu's soul sword wand was fast, it was still not faster than Yang Dingtian's soul sword. Therefore, after a moment, they completely lost it. The Queen Devil Queen did not even see the back of the figure. She had just arrived in a ball of light and disappeared into the sky. How could Yang Dingtian fly so fast after being injured? How could it be? How could it be? She looked at this scene in disbelief. At this time, the Ghost Emperor Wentian inside fell into the craziest roar. Ah! Ah! Ah, Yang Dingtian, I must tear you into pieces, tear you into pieces. The anger of the Ghost Emperor Wentian made the entire underworld empire tremble. Chapter 1047. This time, Yang Dingtian's luck was extremely good. 2 energy essences that were close to level 20 had broken through to level 19. However, this might have something to do with the fact that he had used energy essences close to level 20 to break through to level 18. After breaking through to level 19, the energy essences close to level 21 that Yang Dingtian had on hand were effective. However, to have to swallow energy essences close to level 21 right after breaking through to level 19 was really a tragic and painful story. In fact, Yang Dingtian could not even muster up the courage to do so. Because it was really, really dangerous. It was very likely that he would lose his life. When he was at level 18 and swallowed energy essences close to level 20, he was really not far from death. At this time, the 5 saint-level experts by Yang Dingtian's side all came over and sat around Yang Dingtian. Chest, back, energy C, head, lower body. They used all their strength to protect all 5 places. It could be said that the energy essences close to level 21 that Yang Dingtian had swallowed were no different from being attacked by saint-level experts. He exhaled deeply. Next, no matter how painful it was, how his body split open, it was all a small matter. The most important thing was that he couldn't faint. Once he fainted, he might really die. Of course, he would definitely not die. Because in the depths of his energy sea, there was still a restless black dragon that would not let go of any energy. Once Yang Dingtian's energy sea and mystic veins could not withstand these energy essences, the black dragon would definitely not mind accepting them. Since he would not die, he might as well give it a try. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and started swallowing, bang. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's eyes flashed with a golden light. Then, he could not see anything. His entire field of vision was practically a sea of red. That was his own blood. Then, Yang Dingtian could not feel any pain at all. He could not feel his own existence at all. Whether it was his limbs, his chest, or his energy sea and abdomen, he could not feel anything. However, his body was still intact. Then, the skin all over his body suddenly twisted and surged. Then, bang, his entire body suddenly split open from top to bottom. Blood spurted out like a fountain. At this moment, Yao Li hurriedly stuffed the remaining half of the holy water pill into Yang Dingtian's mouth. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, felt almost nothing. His entire soul felt like it was about to leave his body. The dark dragon in the depths of his sea of qi was already roaring in excitement. At this time, Yang Dingtian was already in a very, very dangerous situation. In fact, he was on the verge of death. However, it had no intention of saving them. This was because Yang Dingtian's sea of qi was still devouring profound qi energy. It wanted to wait until Yang Dingtian's energy sea and profound veins were no longer able to devour any more before it could save him and devour all of the remaining profound energy. However, at that time, Yang Dingtian would most likely die. The dark colossal dragon was greedy to the extreme. This energy essence that was close to level 21 was very, very powerful to Yang Dingtian. But to the dark colossal dragon, it could only be insignificant. For this insignificant energy, it did not hesitate to put its host's life in danger. Such greed was unprecedented. Then, Yang Dingtian could not feel his sea of qi expanding at all. Suddenly, boom! Then, his sea of qi exploded and his entire body sank into nothingness. He had broken through and reached level 19, first rank. It was only until now that Yang Dingtian could clearly feel the pain. Boundless pain assaulted him like a tidal wave. Every part of his body felt as if there were countless knives stirring in the depths of his veins and digging into his muscles. That kind of pain was almost unbearable. However, being able to feel the pain was a good thing. If it was like before, he could not feel anything at all, then he was only one step away from being finished. The dark colossal dragon let out a sigh of unwillingness and returned to the depths of Yang Dingtian's sea of qi and fell into a deep sleep. Obviously, this feast had nothing to do with him. Then, in the boundless pain, Yang Dingtian's sea of qi expanded again and again. Then, he broke through again and reached level 19, second rank. At this time, the first energy essence close to level 21 was not exhausted. It actually allowed Yang Dingtian to break through level 19, third rank. Finally, the first energy essence close to the limit of level 21 was exhausted when level 19, third rank exceeded half a level. Just one energy essence allowed Yang Dingtian to break through to level 3.5. This was too crazy. It seemed that passing level 20 was indeed an incomparably huge hurdle. That was why the energy essence close to the limit of level 21 was so powerful. Not only did it almost kill Yang Dingtian, but it also allowed him to break through to level 3.5. Then, Yang Dingtian began to devour the second energy essence close to the limit of level 21. At this time, the pain had begun to weaken. Although it was still terrifying, it had already dropped from hell level to nightmare level. This second energy essence close to the limit of level 21 was still terrifying. Boom! 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 Yang Dingtian broke through level 19, 4th rank, 5th rank, and 6th rank consecutively. The second energy essence broke through to level 2.5. Then, Yang Dingtian began to devour the third energy essence close to the limit of level 21. It went smoothly and directly broke through to level 19, 7th rank. Then, powerful chi energy continued to pour in. But it was a pity that the third energy essence close to the limit of level 21 did not allow him to break through to level 19, 8th rank. At this time, Yang Dingtian was still about 2 ranks away from the saint level. It should be said that he was already very close. After devouring all of them, the palms of the 5 saint-level powerhouses just left Yang Dingtian's body. At this time, the 5 of them were completely drenched in sweat. They did not know how much qi they had used to protect him this time. And Yang Dingtian was still adjusting his breath with his eyes closed. The breakthrough this time had really scarred his body. He had to adjust his breath and recuperate. After another 2 days and 2 nights, Yang Dingtian finally finished adjusting his breath and healing his wounds. Level 19, 7th rank, Yang Dingtian said. As soon as these words came out, the people present immediately showed joy. Wuxia said, "I'm finally one step closer to becoming a saint." Yang Dingtian said, "There are still 2 ranks to go. It should be very close." Suddenly, the saint-level powerhouses present all showed strange expressions. Then, Wu Yu said, "It's close, but it's also very far. We are not like the underworld empire who can gather the power of the entire plane to help you break through, so it should be very difficult to go from level 19, 9th rank to saint level." Yang Dingtian said, "Can I use the mystic fire lightning? Because the power of my mystic fire lightning should have broken through level 22 or above." Wu Yu shook his head and said, "It's definitely not enough. To break through to the saint level, you must need the power of heaven and earth." Then, Wu Yu said to the mermaid queen Violets, "How did you break through to the saint level?" Violet said, "The dark matter swallowed Sha Jing, and the Holy Land suddenly condensed and compressed, and I was in the center of the Holy Land at that time." Wu Yu said, "Like the other saint-level powerhouses of Little Western Paradise, I completed the final breakthrough in the realm of reincarnation." Realm of reincarnation? Yang Dingtian was puzzled. Wu Yu said, "For the evil ways, it's very simple to help their subordinates break through to the saint level. Ghost Emperor Wentian can borrow the power of the Nether Continent, and the Demon King Wentian can borrow the power of the Skirich Imperial Capital. Little Western Paradise is the realm of reincarnation. This is actually the border between Little Western Paradise and an unfamiliar world. Every once in a while, violent collisions will occur, and very, very terrifying energy will be generated. But this energy will quickly turn into a huge whirlpool and dissipate. This place is called the realm of reincarnation, and it is the only place where the powerhouses of Little Western Paradise can break through to the saint level." Got it. The Empire of Darkness, the Underworld Empire, and the Little Western Paradise all had places for the final baptism of the mystic veins and nirvana of the saint level. Only the human countries didn't have it. Of course, it might have existed a long, long time ago, but it didn't exist anymore. However, the place to break through to the saint level wasn't the most important thing for the time being. He would think about it after he had devoured enough energy and reached the 9th rank of the 19th step. Right now, the most important thing was to enter the Little Western Paradise, plan how to get rid of Yongshi Wentian, and take back control of the Little Western Paradise. There was a problem right now. Evil ways were attacking the Skull Hall with all their might. Therefore, it was necessary to have 5 saint-level powerhouses guarding it at all times, and not one less. If there were only 4 saint-level experts, then the evil Dao's suicidal attack on the head hall might have succeeded. In other words, Neru wouldn't be able to leave. According to the previous plan, Neru was to enter the Little Western Paradise with Yang Dingtian. She was one of the most successful chairmen of the Little Western Paradise, so it would be difficult to plan the Little Western Paradise without her. However, the gate to the human countries couldn't be lost. In that case, Neru wouldn't be able to leave. If Neru couldn't go, then Yao Li, Yao Zi, and the others would have to discuss whether or not they should go together. This was because Yang Dingtian would definitely have to hide his identity when he entered the Little Western Paradise this time. If Yao Li, Yao Zi, and the others went together, the possibility of being exposed would be very high. Yang Dingtian voiced all his doubts. Neru, Fox Demon, and the others fell into silence. After a long time, Fox Demon said, "Go find Fire Dance." Neru said, "Yes, go find Fire Dance. As long as you get her support, you can borrow the power of the High Priest Association. This way, the possibility of getting rid of Yongshi Wentian will be greatly increased." Yang Dingtian said, "But, I've already troubled the High Priest Association a lot. This time, I even brought Fox Demon and High Priest Yao Jing away from the High Priest Association. It should be very difficult to use the High Priest Association for my personal matters." Neru said, "But, this is no longer your personal matter. It already involves the chairman of the Little Western Paradise and the Little Western Paradise world." Fox Demon said, "However, the High Priest Association and the Little Western Paradise's council have always minded their own business. So, it should be very difficult to persuade Fire Dance." Then, Fox Demon's beautiful eyes shone with a flirtatious light. "However, you won't know if you don't try. If necessary, you can use some methods. After all, she's also a woman. And you can make a female Fox Demon go into heat." When she said this, Yang Dingtian was sweating profusely. Chapter 1048. In the end, Yang Dingtian still went to the High Priest Association on Mount Buzhou alone. However, he had brought along a few pieces of recording jade and a few handwritten letters. He first flew to the end of the yin-yang mirror, opened the spatial door, and jumped into the torn space. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, he jumped into Mount Buzhou from the torn space. After entering Mount Buzhou, he used the High Priest Association's token to open the stone door and entered the interior of Mount Buzhou. The hall of the High Priest Association was still empty. All the members were meditating. Yang Dingtian walked to the stone door of High Priest Huo Wu and fell into hesitation. Waking Huo Wu up again and again disturbing her meditation was really a very, very bad thing. Moreover, Yang Dingtian really owed the High Priest Association too much now. He repeatedly took advantage of others. Yang Dingtian's face was really not that thick. Therefore, Yang Dingtian really did not know whether to knock or not. Finally, Yang Dingtian gathered his courage and began to knock. After knocking 3 times, Yang Dingtian said, "High Priest Huo Wu, Yang Dingtian requests an audience." There was no response from inside. If High Priest Huo Wu was meditating, then there was no doubt that she could not hear. He needed to ring the meditation bell to wake her up. Then, should he wake her up or not? Perhaps she was at a critical moment in her research. If he disturbed her, the impact would be great. Or should he just forget about it? He would go directly to the Little Western Paradise and think of a way to get rid of Yongshi Wentian. There was no need to trouble the High Priest Association. Therefore, after thinking about it, Yang Dingtian turned and left, preparing to go to the Little Western Paradise alone. At this moment, the stone door behind suddenly opened, and High Priest Huo Wu's voice came. She laughed hoarsely, "Why don't you ring the meditation bell?" Yang Dingtian was stunned, then said, "I'm sorry, aren't you meditating?" Fire Dance said, in fact, every time we wake up, we don't meditate for a long time. We read books and let our minds rest. After all, I'm not a meditation madman. Following which, Fire Dance beckoned to him and said, "Come in." Yes. Yang Dingtian then walked into Fire Dance's stone chamber. At this time, Fire Dance was wearing a red tight-fitting long dress, which made her voluptuous and proud body look even more voluptuous and curvaceous. It made her face even more gorgeous than before. She was really like a ball of flame. Her beauty seemed to be burning at all times. She had a snow-white face, bright red lips, and big watery eyes. That kind of beauty made people unable to look straight at it. "I only have wine here. If you want to drink anything else, I'll get it from someone else," Fire Dance said. "Yang Dingtian, it's okay, I can drink anything." Then, Fire Dance began to pour the wine. Yang Dingtian was startled. It had been a long time since the smell of wine assailed his nose. It reminded Yang Dingtian of the strong liquor on earth. Did Fire Dance usually drink this as water? Obviously, because Yang Dingtian saw that she drank half of the large glass of wine directly. Yang Dingtian might have understood why she was so gorgeous. It was because of this clear and strong liquor. Yang Dingtian picked up the wine and took a sip. Wow! The ice-cold white wine was like a tongue of fire from his mouth to his throat, burning his mouth to his stomach. This was not wine, this was simply alcohol. On earth, Yang Dingtian had never drunk such an exaggeratedly strong liquor. Although Yang Dingtian's cultivation was close to the saint level, his body could not withstand such strong liquor. "What's the matter?" Fire Dance asked. "Yang Dingtian, I want to get rid of the acting chairman of Little Western Paradise, Yong Shi." After hearing this, Fire Dance asked, "Why?" "Yang Dingtian, evil ways are desperately attacking the gate of the human world, trying to lure the experts of Little Western Paradise into the human world. Once they succeed, the experts of the Council of Light will be wiped out. Our martial arts strength is not worth mentioning compared to Little Western Paradise." Fire Dance nodded, acknowledging this point. Fire Dance continued, "Then what's the reason to kill him? Yang Dingtian, the real Yong Shi has been possessed. The current Yong Shi is actually the human Wentian. He will lead Little Western Paradise on the path to fight against the God of Chaos." Fire Dance nodded and said, "Do you have evidence?" Yang Dingtian thought for a while and shook his head. Fire Dance said, "Yang Dingtian, we like you very much and treat you as one of us, our junior brother. First, because you are the only successor of Mr. Shuwupiaoyan. Second, I am a woman, and you can make a demon fox female go into heat. I can smell your aura from a few feet away. So, I will definitely help you." Fire Dance's words were so direct that Yang Dingtian felt very embarrassed. Then, Fire Dance said, "But you have to know. The High Priest Association absolutely cannot interfere with the internal affairs of Little Western Paradise." Yang Dingtian, "I know." Fire Dance said, "Of course, if it involves the life and death of Little Western Paradise, our High Priest Association has the right to interfere. Wentian possessing the Little Western Paradise's chairman is barely enough. So, as long as you have evidence, I can go to the president to ask for the Buzhou Mountain token and forcibly represent Buzhou Mountain to arrest Wentian Yong Shi. Once it is proven that he has been possessed by Wentian, we can immediately execute him." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be shocked. To him, the High Priest Association was completely friendly and undisciplined. It didn't have any sense of pressure or authority at all. But now, when Fire Dance said that she would execute Wentian Yong Shi, it represented the highest and most terrifying authority. "Unfortunately, you don't have evidence." Fire Dance sighed. Indeed, there was no evidence. In fact, it was impossible to find evidence. Then, Fire Dance suddenly said, "Yang Dingtian, are you sure that Wentian Yong has been possessed?" Yang Dingtian spoke resolutely and decisively, I am sure. Furthermore, the previous speaker, Yao Qi, was killed by him. Fire Dance closed her beautiful eyes and began to think. While he was thinking, he tossed one cup of wine after another into his mouth as if he was drinking water. Moreover, the more he drank, the stronger her body fragrance became. Her body fragrance was very enchanting. Yang Dingtian smelled it and even felt his heart waver. Then, Fire Dance opened her eyes and said, Yang Dingtian, you also know that we are an extremely xenophobic, extremely strict, and extremely undisciplined organization. It is because of this that we don't dare to use our authority. We completely mind our own business with Little Western Paradise. Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Fire Dance said, actually, you said that Wentian Yongxi has been possessed. Although there is no evidence, our High Priest Association still has the authority to bring him to Buzhou Mountain for investigation. I can issue an investigation order for you, but you have to know that the consequences of doing so are very serious. Although our High Priest Association has the authority to do so, we have never done so. Do you understand? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I understand. The High Priest Association had a very, very high status in Little Western Paradise. But the source of this transcendence came from the High Priest Association's transcendence. It came from the fact that they had never interfered with Little Western Paradise's authority. Therefore, the 9 great tribes and the Allied Council were willing to allow Buzhou Mountain to transcend. But, once the High Priest Association used this authority, it was hard to say whether he could still transcend. To use the most direct analogy. Just like in post-feudal Europe, the kings of those countries still needed to be crowned by the Pope. But the Pope no longer had any actual authority over these kings. If the Pope issued a decree to capture a king and bring him to the Vatican, the only result would be a complete falling out between the country and the Vatican. Therefore, the High Priest Association could issue an arrest order for Yongxi Wentian to Buzhou Mountain to investigate his identity. But if Yongxi Wentian ignored it, the arrest order would just be a piece of scrap paper. At that time, if the High Priest Association wanted to protect their authority and dignity, they would have to use force. And if Yongxi Wentian wanted to resist, he would have to use force. Therefore, it would turn into a war between Buzhou Mountain and the Allied Council, leading to a civil war in Little Western Paradise. In short, if Huo Wu were to issue this arrest and investigation order to Yang Dingtian, the responsibility and consequences would be devastating. Because the Little Western Paradise Council's attitude towards Buzhou Mountain was still relatively cold. The fact that Jia had given birth to a demigod's descendant was extremely important, but the Little Western Paradise Council had no intention of telling the High Priest Association. Therefore, it was Yang Dingtian who told them that the High Priest Association knew about this matter. From this, it could be seen that if the High Priest Association's arrest order was sent to Yongxi Wentian, it would probably be torn to shreds. When the time came, the High Priest Association could only swallow their anger. In that case, Buzhou Mountain's authority would be reduced to a laughing stock. Or, there would be a civil war. The High Priest Association against the Allied Council. If it was in the past, Yang Dingtian might not have understood. But now, Yang Dingtian had been the head of the Council of Light for a few years, so he understood this very well. After thinking for a while, Yang Dingtian said, I think it's better not to. If that's the case, the only result would be an all-out war between the Council and Buzhou Mountain. I can't bear such a responsibility. Fire Dance looked at Yang Dingtian's face. Then, she poured a few cups of wine into her fiery red lips. Then, she found a piece of soft jade scroll on a messy table. It was actually not a paper, but a kind of energy crystal. When the human countries signed important agreements, they also used this kind of soft jade scroll. For example, when Yang Dingtian and Qin Wanchou signed the West Continent Agreement, and when the Council of Light and the Black Heaven sect signed the Central Continent Agreement, they also used this kind of soft jade scroll. In short, this was a document of the highest standard. Fire Dance picked up an energy pen and began to write an arrest order. This kind of writing was not done with pen and ink, but with celestial chi energy. Fire Dance's writing was very beautiful, elegant, and wild. It really did not look like a woman's writing. Sir Yongxi, chairman of the Little Western Paradise, Buzhou Mountain suspects that you have been possessed by the human Wentian, and they cannot deny the death of Chairman Yao Qi. We have enough reason to suspect that your existence will have a fatal impact on the survival of the Little Western Paradise. We order you to come to the High Priest Association of Buzhou Mountain to clear their suspicion. This arrest order was written in 2 languages. One was the language of the fox demons in the Little Western Paradise, and the other was the common language of the chaotic continent. At the end of the arrest order, there were 2 energy seals. One was the seal of the High Priest Association's chairman, Su Yan, and the other was the energy seal of Buzhou Mountain. These seals were made of special energy. After being stamped, it would leave an indelible special mark on the soft jade scroll. There would be energy surging inside, and it was impossible to copy. Any noble would be able to see it. However, the chairman's seal and Buzhou Mountain's seal were both in Fire Dance's hands. She was not the chairman. Moreover, Yang Dingtian clearly saw that Fire Dance had taken out the 2 seals from a pile of empty wine bottles. Seeing this, Yang Dingtian could not help but recall a movie he had seen before. One person, in order to stamp an official seal on a document, spent a lot of effort. The official seal, on the other hand, represented immense power and prestige. After spending a lot of effort, the seal was finally going to be stamped. In the end, the official couldn't find the seal. After searching over and over again, he found a few children playing poker. Whoever lost would have their face stamped with the seal. The one who lost the most would even have their buttocks stamped with the seal. The seal that represented the highest authority of Buzhou Mountain was casually thrown among the wine bottles, and it was in Fire Dance's hands. This High Priest Association really wasn't an ordinary lax organization. Seeing Yang Dingtian notice this, Fire Dance could not help but blush. She said, "You also saw how undisciplined our High Priest Association is, so, after stamping the seal, Fire Dance handed over the arrest warrant for Yongxi Wentian to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, you have to remember that our Great Priest Association might be very undisciplined. Although our High Priest Association is very undisciplined, if you hand this arrest warrant to Yongxi and he refuses to comply, then Buzhou Mountain will take action. If that's the case, Mount Buzhou will do whatever it takes to maintain our authority," said Fire Dance. Yang Dingtian's heart shook when he heard this. He immediately felt the weight of this arrest warrant. This meant that even though the High Priest Association was very undisciplined, Fire Dance had issued this arrest warrant to Yang Dingtian without anyone's consent. It seemed very casual, as if she was using public power for personal gain. However, it definitely represented Buzhou Mountain's authority and held the highest authority. Buzhou Mountain was willing to use the highest military force to protect the authority of this arrest warrant. This meant that if Yongxi Wentian refused to comply, then war would be the only way. Yang Dingtian bowed. "I understand, so if I can avoid using this arrest warrant, I definitely won't." In truth, Yang Dingtian was very certain that he would not use this arrest warrant. He already owed Buzhou Mountain too much. He absolutely could not drag Buzhou Mountain into the war. Fire Dance immediately rolled her eyes. "If you don't want to use it, why would I give it to you? You can use it, but you have to draw it in without using it. You cannot use it in front of Yongxi, but use it in front of the 9 tribe leaders." Yang Dingtian's eyes lit up. "I understand. That's right, as long as this arrest warrant was not directly presented to Yongxi, it would not be rejected. However, it had enough deterrence. As long as Yang Dingtian could convince 5 of the 9 tribes, he could impeach Yongxi in the joint council and remove him from the position of acting chairman. At that time, who would take over? Of course, it would be Nehru. Whether it was fame, experience, or prestige, Naru was higher than Yongxi. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that in the human countries, they played with force. And in the Western paradise, they played more politics than anything else. This was because the little Western paradise's culture was much more advanced than the human countries. Then, Fire Dance said, "Which tribe leader do you plan to persuade first?" Yang Dingtian thought for a while. He only had two choices. One was his cheap father-in-law, the Shadow Spear tribe's Yao Nu Tu. The other was the Silver Moon tribe's leader, Yao Li. This person was known as the #1 expert of the 9 tribe leaders, Wu Yuan's secret lover, Yao Li and Yao Ling's father. Logically speaking, Yang Dingtian should go to his cheap father-in-law. After all, he was his son's grandfather. However, Yang Dingtian truly didn't dare to believe in his character. This person was completely mercenary. It was entirely possible that he would betray Yang Dingtian. As for the Silver Moon tribe's Yao Li, although he was full of enmity towards him, his character was very good. Silver Moon tribe's leader, Yao Li, Yang Dingtian said. Correct. Fire Dance said, "This person's cultivation is very high. He hates evil as if it were his enemy. He is extremely stubborn and arrogant. Moreover, he is very hostile towards Yongxi. Once you say that Yongxi has been possessed by Wentian, he will definitely be the vanguard to oppose Yongxi." Yang Dingtian said, "Then who should I go to for the second choice?" Yao Nu Tu will not do. This person is very cunning and indecisive. That's right. Fire Dance said, "As long as you take down Yao Li of the Silver Moon tribe, he will automatically bring you to his loyal allies. Then, he will be more active than you in getting rid of Yongxi." I understand. Yang Dingtian said. Fire Dance said, "Also, at the border between Mount Buzhou and Little Western Paradise, there is our Mount Buzhou's own armed forces. The ones with the highest cultivation are the Snow Mountain Punishers. You can bring 8 of them into Little Western Paradise. They will completely obey your orders." Yes. Yang Dingtian said. Then, he bowed deeply to Fire Dance and said, "Many thanks, Madam Fire Dance. I will take my leave." Then, Yang Dingtian turned around and was about to leave. "What's the rush?" Priest Fire Dance stood up and drank the wine in her hand. Then, she said, "Take off your clothes. Take them all off." Yang Dingtian could not help but be startled. What is this? What are you standing there for? Don't dilly-dally." Fire Dance threw the wine cup and said, "Quickly take it off." Seeing Yang Dingtian standing there in a daze, she went forward and untied Yang Dingtian's belt. This is not good. Yang Dingtian's heart was beating like thunder. He stood there in a daze, not daring to move. Could it be that he was going to be pushed down? Was he going to be taken advantage of? But if that was the case, wouldn't it be too easy for him? This woman in front of him could be called a peerless beauty. She was absolutely gorgeous. Chapter 1049. Although High Priest Fire Dance did not know martial arts, her hands were extremely fierce and quick. She stripped Yang Dingtian clean in an instant. "Miss Fire Dance, this is not good." Yang Dingtian finally said, feeling very awkward. "What's not good about it?" Fire Dance said, then turned around and went to the corner of her room to search. This woman had a lot of clothes, and they were very messy. Underwear, outerwear, and long skirt were all piled up in a mess. It looked like it had not been tidied up for years, so it was particularly troublesome to find. However, for Yang Dingtian, the troublesome thing was that she was kneeling on the ground looking for something. The curve of her back was too sexy, so Yang Dingtian did not know where to look. Moreover, even if he did not look, his mind would still wander. Finally, Fire Dance found a set of clothes in a pile of messy things. Finally found it. It has been a long time since someone wore it, Fire Dance said, then turned around and saw Yang Dingtian's embarrassed state. Then, she widened her beautiful eyes, opened her small mouth, and said, "Some people say that you are a cedar, and they are not wrong." Then, she licked her bright red lips and said, "Unfortunately, I have already vowed to dedicate my entire life to the High Priest Association and become a complete meditator, keeping my chastity for life. Otherwise, I will definitely have a taste of you." This sentence sounded very bold and unrestrained, but it was also very contradictory. She was a lifelong chastity keeper, and she did not intend to have sex. In Little Western Paradise, there were many people like this. There were men and women. These people felt that the matter between men and women was too intense, and it would distract the mind and energy. Therefore, completely suppressing one's emotions and becoming a chastity keeper might have a greater breakthrough in the field of research. Of course, Yang Dingtian did not believe in this theory. During the European Renaissance on Earth, there were many scientists and artists who were completely chaotic when it came to the matters between men and women. There were also many people who did not discriminate between men and women. However, their careers were very outstanding, and they completely changed the world. However, he still respected the way the people from Little Western Paradise thought. Overall, the spiritual leader of the High Priest Association was still the Silent Tribe, and the Silent Tribe's purity of heart and few desires had become the mainstream of the High Priest Association. After that, Fire Dance completely ignored Yang Dingtian's situation. She raised the shirt in her hand and said, "After you enter Little Western Paradise, you'll take on the appearance of the Speechless Tribe, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "Yes." Fire Dance said, "This is the uniform of the High Priest Association's head inquisitor." The head inquisitor was the highest commander of the Snow Mountain Punishers. But as you can see, the High Priest Association is very undisciplined. A long time ago, there were still people who took on the role of the High Priest Association's chief judge. But now, there isn't anyone holding the position anymore. One day, I felt that this dress was special, so I took it and wore it for a few days. In the end, I couldn't find anyone to return it to, so it's been with me ever since. Yang Dingtian was speechless again. He could tell that the position of Mount Buzhou's head inquisitor was a very powerful position. But now, even this position had disappeared from the High Priest Association, and this uniform was given to Fire Dance to cosplay with. This organization was really undisciplined. Yang Dingtian discovered that this shirt wasn't made of silk or cloth at all. Instead, it was made of a soft and thin crystal. Inside the shirt, the energy of a fallen silver dragon flowed. It looked mysterious and noble. There was also a mask made of energy crystals. This mask wasn't a human mask, but a dragon mask with 2 horns. In short, this uniform looked very majestic, terrifying, mysterious, and intimidating. "You should be more convincing if you wear this to Little Western Paradise," Fire Dance said. "Yes," Yang Dingtian said shyly. At this moment, he wished that there was a crack in the ground for him to crawl into. She only gave him a change of clothes, but he thought that he was going to be slept with. Seeing his expression, Fire Dance smiled and said, "I knew you would think that way. I did it on purpose. I just wanted to play with you." Then, Yang Dingtian couldn't wait to put on the uniform. After all, it was too embarrassing to stand naked like this. He quickly turned around and changed his clothes. Because the feelings that were aroused by Fire Dance now had to be suppressed. So, he immediately used the great art of distraction and extinguishing desire in his mind to get little Yang Dingtian down. "Sister Feng, Sister Feng, Sister Feng, Sister Feng, Sister Feng," as he chanted in his heart, he recalled Sister Feng's face in his mind. Sure enough, it was effective. In an instant, all the feelings receded like the tide. Then, Yang Dingtian put on the uniform. Finally, he put on the crystal mask. As soon as he put it on, the crystal mask stuck to his face and began to distort. It actually began to change the outline of Yang Dingtian's face. In the end, it completely changed into the long and narrow face of the chairman, the fallen silver dragon. In the mirror, Yang Dingtian saw his appearance and was immediately shocked. The energy radiance within the long robe was constantly surging. His entire face was almost no longer human, nor was it the face of the silent race. With two long horns, it was completely a dragon's face and a human's body. Originally, he was worried that he would be recognized when he entered the Little Western Paradise. Now, it seemed that it was completely impossible. "This is really scary," Yang Dingtian said. Then, he discovered that his voice had completely changed. It didn't sound like a human's voice. In fact, his entire voice seemed to be emitted from his body. It was full of a deep and cold feeling. Fire Dance said, "Strictly speaking, the head judge of the High Priest Association is a faceless person. According to the rules of the High Priest Association, anyone in the association can be the head judge. It is a random position. Only when there is a need to deal with the secular world, the chairman will temporarily put on a uniform and mask to go to the Little Western Paradise. No one will know who this head judge is. Once he takes off the uniform and mask, he will lose all the authority of the head judge." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel that the original rules of the High Priest Association were very strict and democratic. Moreover, they were very mature and high-end. However, after a few thousand years, under the lazy president, there was a group of even lazier members. Therefore, all the rules and regulations existed in name only. The entire organization was lax to the extreme. In the end, Fire Dance, a woman with a strong sense of justice, relied on everyone's strength and countless people's unrequited love to become the actual leader of the High Priest Association. Then, all the power tools in the association became toys. Fortunately, Fire Dance was a person with a strong sense of justice. If she fell into the hands of evil people, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, although this group of priests was lazy, their eyes were still very bright. Otherwise, they wouldn't have handed everything over to Fire Dance. No matter how good she was at fighting or how beautiful she was. Although many people had a crush on Fire Dance, in the High Priest Association, most of them were abstinent. It was impossible for anything to really happen. "Madam Fire Dance, I'm leaving," Yang Dingtian said, "but, is it really okay for you to give this uniform to me?" "Of course not." Fire Dance said, "You have the High Priest Association's token. According to the rules, any member can become the temporary head judge. Moreover, when the chairman is meditating, he can leave all the matters to me. There's no problem at all." Yang Dingtian bowed deeply again and said, "Thank you, Madam Fire Dance. It's nothing." "Who asked you to make us fall in love?" Fire Dance said. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's heart stirred again. "Sister Phoenix, Sister Phoenix, Sister Phoenix." Yang Dingtian hurriedly used distraction extinguishing desire to suppress little Yang Dingtian. This was because this beautiful woman in front of him was completely teasing him. He couldn't take it seriously. "Then I'll take my leave. Goodbye." Yang Dingtian said. "Okay." Fire Dance said, "Yang Dingtian, remember this. Although I gave you the uniform and investigation order very lightly, they represent the authority of Mount Zhou Mountain. However, they completely represent the authority of Buzhou Mountain. If anyone offends them, Buzhou Mountain will definitely use all of its power to protect its authority, even if it means starting a civil war." "Yes." Yang Dingtian said. Then, he flew away from Mount Buzhou and flew in the direction of Little Western Paradise, after flying for a few hundred miles. Yang Dingtian arrived at the border between Mount Buzhou and Little Western Paradise. There was indeed a huge floating castle here. The castle was densely packed with soldiers wearing Mount Buzhou's uniform. In total, there were tens of thousands of people. This should be the armed forces of Mount Buzhou. As soon as Yang Dingtian landed on the castle's platform, dozens of powerful martial artists immediately came out of the castle. When they saw Yang Dingtian's uniform, these people were instantly startled and revealed astonished gazes. Silver Dragon Head Inquisitor. What's going on? Mount Buzhou actually sent out a Silver Dragon Head Inquisitor. It had been many, many years. Perhaps 500 years, or even longer. Greetings, Head Inquisitor. Dozens of powerful martial artists knelt down neatly. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be surprised. Many places in Silver Capital had already abandoned kneeling. Especially in front of the chairman, there was no need to kneel. Only within the 9 major tribes did they still kneel. But in a democratic place like the High Priest Association, kneeling was still practiced. Moreover, Yang Dingtian noticed that these people kneeling in front of him were wearing special masks. Their faces were also covered with special masks and long robes. Black, red, and blue. There were a total of 4 levels. The Head Inquisitor uniform he was wearing was silver. Yang Dingtian knew that the Snow Mountain Punishers in black uniforms were Saint-level experts. The red-robed ones were half-Saint-level experts. In front of him, there were more than 8 people in black uniforms. There were more than 20 people in red uniforms. Fire Dance told Yang Dingtian that he could bring 8 Punishers into the Little Western Paradise. He instinctively wanted to bring all 8 Saint-level experts with him, but thinking that they still had to guard this castle, he couldn't bring all of them. Then, Yang Dingtian stepped forward. You, for black Punishers. You, for red Punishers. 4 Saint-level and 4 half-Saint-level experts. A total of 8 Snow Mountain Punishers. The 8 of you, follow me to the Little Western Paradise to carry out official business, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, sir. The 8 Punishers who were chosen bowed. Then, without saying anything else, Yang Dingtian led the 8 Punishers, rode on the Darkness Dragon, and left the castle. At this moment, Yang Dingtian saw it. This castle was still within the Little Western Paradise. There was only one energy gate leading to the Little Western Paradise. And this energy gate was a very, very powerful energy array. If it wasn't open from the inside of the castle, it would be very difficult to enter no matter how high one's cultivation was. Because of this, the Little Western Paradise was completely prohibited from entering the Buzhou mountain area. Therefore, all this time, only people from the Buzhou mountain could enter the Little Western Paradise, but not the Little Western Paradise. Let's go. Yang Dingtian ordered. As the head inquisitor of the Silver Dragon, he led the 8 Punishers into the Little Western Paradise and flew directly toward the Silver Moon clan. Chapter 1050. This was Yang Dingtian's first time entering Little Western Paradise after a few years. How long had it been since he last left Little Western Paradise? Back then, Jia had just given birth to a child. Yang Dingtian had taken the risk to visit the child and Jia in Yingdu. It was also from then on that his relationship with Jia had improved. They were no longer enemies even though they were husband and wife in name. After leaving Little Western Paradise for the last time, Yang Dingtian had entered the Dark Realm to cultivate and then went to New Naga. It had been more than 3 years since then. Therefore, his child with Jia was already 3 years old. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but have the urge to go to Yingdu to see Jia and his child. However, Yang Dingtian quickly suppressed this urge. His first stop was Yaoli of the Silver Moon clan. This couldn't be changed. Yang Dingtian and the 8 punishments flew along the border of Little Western Paradise towards the Silver Moon clan's king city. They were lucky. Little Western Paradise had rotated to a place not far from Mount Buzhou. It was only less than 8,000 miles away. The dark dragon beast that Yang Dingtian was riding on wasn't considered fast. This dark dragon was the exclusive mount of Mount Buzhou's High Priest Association. It wasn't fast, but it was ferocious. Especially since it was born with a face similar to a dragon. Even though it wasn't fast enough, it still took a day to reach the Silvermoon clan's king city. A few years ago, Yao Qi led the alliance to attack Silvermoon City. Then, Yao Qi used her ideals to convince Yao Li's clan leader. The two of them worked together to change the direction of Little Western Paradise's development. However, not long after, Yao Qi was killed by Yongxi. After that, although the Silvermoon clan returned to the 9 great tribes, he was even more disheartened by Yongxi becoming the chairman. He didn't want to restart the war, so he completely sealed off his king's city and cut off all contact with the outside world. He didn't even participate in the Silver Palace's joint council. This was bad news for Yang Dingtian. The Silver Moon race was isolated from the rest of the world, which meant that they had no allies. Yang Dingtian led the 8 Punishers and arrived in front of the Silver Moon race's monarch city. Immediately, the huge gates of the king's city were shut tight, representing the Silver Moon clan's attitude of isolating themselves from the world. Guests from afar, I'm very sorry. Our Silvermoon clan has already sealed off our diplomatic relations. We will not receive any envoys or guests. A high-level Silvermoon clan warrior on top of the city gate said. Before Yang Dingtian could make an appearance, a black-clothed Punisher in front of him stepped forward and said slowly, Judge Silver Dragon of Mount Buzhou has arrived. Silver Moon clan leader Yao Li, please welcome him. The Silver Dragon Inquisitor of Mount Buzhou represented the power of the High Priest Association of Mount Buzhou. He represented the highest holy power in the Little Western Paradise. Therefore, the Silvermoon clan leader had to welcome him personally. The senior warrior on the city gate was stunned, unable to react for a moment. Silver Dragon Head Inquisitor. What an unfamiliar name. After searching through his memories for a long time, he finally found this name. Then, his body suddenly trembled, and he was immediately shocked. The Silver Dragon Inquisitor. What was the real name of the High Priest Association? It was the Silver Dragon Temple. It was the totem of Little Western Paradise, the representative of the fallen silver dragons in the mortal world. It was the highest faith of the entire Little Western Paradise. It represented the highest holy power in Little Western Paradise. However, the people of the High Priest Association were too undisciplined and uninterested in power. Therefore, there was no trace of their power in Little Western Paradise. However, they did represent the highest holy power in Little Western Paradise. That high-class martial artist took a glance at Yang Dingtian and was immediately frightened by his appearance. This was a living being with a dragon's head and a human's body. However, he didn't know how to react. Moreover, with his level, he couldn't tell if the Silver Dragon Inquisitor was real or fake. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to fly into the king's city and report to the clan leader Yao Li. Ever since Yao Qi's death and Yongxi's ruling, the Silvermoon clan leader Yao Li's heart had indeed turned cold. He could only watch as Little Western Paradise fell until it was destroyed. Moreover, his most outstanding successor, Yao Li, was already dead. His daughter, Yao Ling, had fallen in love with a human. Of course, he could still live for a very, very long time. Therefore, it didn't matter whether he had a successor or not. Moreover, in his opinion, Little Western Paradise might not be able to survive for long. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to completely shut down the Silvermoon clan and stop all communication with the outside world. Then, he tried to numb himself with alcohol. The feeling of being the only one sober in the world was too uncomfortable. However, no matter how much he drank, he was still sober. His son was dead and his daughter had run away. The woman he loved the most was Wu Yu. His wife feared him like a tiger. Therefore, for a long time, he lived coldly and silently. Everyone around him feared him more and distanced themselves from him. Of course, this distancing wasn't betrayal. Everyone in the Silvermoon clan respected him and even worshipped him. He was like a man of steel, but they couldn't get close to him. The palace of the Shadow Spear clan was incomparably gorgeous and filled with beauties. However, the palace of the Silver Moon clan was just like Yao Li. There were no flowers or brocades, only cold stones. There weren't many maids or servants in the palace. Only Yao Li lived there alone. Even his wife had been chased away to live elsewhere. It was as if he was born to reject everyone. Ever since he couldn't numb himself with alcohol, he started to practice martial arts even more crazily. He even forgot the time. After giving birth, he didn't sleep with his wife anymore. It was as if the sword was his wife. They were inseparable from each other all day long. After living alone for a long time, he became even more antisocial. He wasn't even used to having other people around him. Therefore, when the advanced warriors at the city gate entered his hall and were still 1,000 meters away from him, he frowned and felt a strong sense of discomfort. "Stop, don't come in. What's the matter? Speak," Yao Li said. The warrior quickly knelt outside the palace and said, "Your Majesty, there's a mysterious guest outside the palace. He says he's the Silver Dragon Inquisitor." The demon glass blade's facial muscles twitched violently. Silver Dragon Inquisitor. How old was this name? Many people thought this name would never appear again. Why would this name appear in the Silvermoon clan? Yao Li frowned. He wasn't interested in anyone's visit. He didn't care about anyone with power, including the so-called High Priest Association. However, he was full of respect for the High Priest Association and the representative of the fallen silver dragons in the world. It was a very complicated feeling. "I respect you very much, but I don't want to talk to you." Suppressing the impatience in his heart, Yao Li stood up and walked outside. He personally went to welcome the so-called Silver Dragon Inquisitor. The gate of the Silvermoon clan's palace slowly opened. Yao Li, the Silvermoon clan's leader, didn't bring many people with him. He also didn't organize anything. He walked out of the gate and bowed. "Greetings, Silver Dragon Inquisitor. I'm Yao Li, the Silver Moon clan's leader." Yang Dingtian nodded in return. As the representative of the fallen silver dragons in the world, his only temperament was arrogance. Then, Yao Li said, "What's the matter, Silver Dragon Inquisitor?" He was very straightforward. "If you have something to say, just say it. If you don't have anything to say, don't ask me to receive you." Yang Dingtian said slowly, "I have something important to say. It's very confidential." Yao Li's stone-like face finally showed some expression. He said, "Please." Then, Yao Li personally led Yang Dingtian to the palace on his winged steed. After entering the spacious palace, there were only Yang Dingtian, the 8 punishers, and Yao Li in the huge palace. This person was very skilled and daring. Or rather, he was very open and upright. He wasn't worried that Yang Dingtian and the others would harm him at all. "Lord Inquisitor, you can speak now," Yao Li said. "No one will hear you if you speak here." In fact, he was very, very curious. The High Priest Association of Mount Buzhou hadn't interfered with the politics of the Little Western Paradise for hundreds of years. They hadn't sent a Silver Dragon Inquisitor to the world for hundreds of years. He didn't know what it was that made Mount Buzhou move out again. Yang Dingtian said, "The acting speaker of Little Western Paradise, Yong Shi, has been possessed by Wentian's soul. After he murdered Speaker Yao Qi, he usurped the authority of Little Western Paradise and tried to use the power of Little Western Paradise to fight against the God of Chaos. This concerns the survival of Little Western Paradise. That's why Mount Buzhou sent me to the world." The moment these words were spoken, Yao Li's expression changed. He asked, "Is this true?" Yang Dingtian said, "Of course it's true. As long as we bring Yong Shi to Mount Buzhou to check his soul, the truth will be revealed." No wonder, no wonder, no wonder. Yao Li kept mumbling to himself. It was obvious that he was suspicious of Yong Shi and Yao Qi's death. Yao Li said, "Then, what does the head inquisitor want?" Yang Dingtian took out the arrest warrant and handed it to Yao Li. It's very simple. Bring Yongxi back to Mount Buzhou for investigation. The 9 clan leaders can go together and observe the high priest of Mount Buzhou to identify Yongxi's soul. Yang Dingtian didn't explain Wenqian's possession of Yongxi at all. For such a big matter, it was enough to be suspicious. Moreover, the High Priest Association only asked Yongxi to go to Mount Buzhou for investigation. It was very reasonable. Yao Li said, the head inquisitor only needs to take this warrant and go to Yingdu to hand it to Yongxi. Why did you come to my Silvermoon clan? Yang Dingtian said, if Yongxi respects him, this warrant is effective. If he doesn't respect me, this warrant is useless. If he doesn't go to Mount Buzhou with me, I can't do anything. I can only start a war between Mount Buzhou and Yingdu. Mount Buzhou doesn't want that to happen. Yao Li said, if he doesn't dare to go to Mount Buzhou, it means he has a guilty conscience. It can prove that he has been possessed by Wenqian. His theory was crude and direct. Yang Dingtian said, in order to avoid a civil war, Mount Buzhou needs the support of the 5 great clans. Therefore, I went to the Silvermoon clan first. When he said this, Yao Li felt a surge of pride. Yao Li suddenly asked, if it is proven that Yongxi has been possessed by Wenqian, what will happen? Yang Dingtian said, he will be executed in front of everyone on Mount Buzhou. Yao Li said, then, who will enter Yingdu? Yang Dingtian said, the former chairman, Nehru. Chairman Nehru. Yao Li said in shock. Hearing this name, he felt as if he was hearing the name of his mother-in-law. The name Nehru wasn't worth much in the High Priest Association. However, in the Little Western Paradise, it was still very noble. Moreover, her seniority far surpassed Yongxi. Didn't Her Excellency Nehru already pass away? Yao Li asked. Yang Dingtian said, no, she went to the High Priest Association and went into seclusion to atone for her sins. She is not guilty. Yao Li said fiercely. In the hearts of Yao Li and the others, Nehru being planted in the Silent Tribe was a great sacrifice for the future of the Fox Tribe. However, one thing was for sure. If they got rid of Yongxi and let Nehru be the acting chairman, the entire Little Western Paradise would accept it wholeheartedly. The 9 great tribes would also accept it. Yang Dingtian said, Sir Yao Li, are you willing to set things right for the Little Western Paradise? He said to set things right, not to eliminate evil. Because in a higher civilization like the Little Western Paradise, the slogan of eliminating evil was too childish. Yao Li looked at Yang Dingtian, then knelt down on one knee and said, I will not shirk my duty. I will follow the head judge's lead. Yao Li was still that Yao Li. He would rather break than bend, fearless, and was filled with a sense of responsibility in mission towards the entire Little Western Paradise. He didn't shirk away from Yang Dingtian's request. He didn't even try to negotiate or weigh the benefits. To him, eliminating Yongxi should be equivalent to a holy war. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.